Your Excellencies, ministers, ambassadors, media, leaders, civil society organizations, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, thank you for being here today. We welcome you to the 2023 Global Commemoration of International Day to End Impunity for Crimes Against Journalists, hosted by UNESCO and the Organization of American States. I'm Luis Botello, a journalist, Senior Advisor for the International Center for Journalists. The International Day to End Impunity for Crimes Against Journalists was proclaimed by the United Nations General Assembly 10 years ago as a day to raise awareness for the continued unacceptable high rate of impunity. The day of November 2nd was chosen as the day of the assassination of two French journalists, Claude Verlon and Ghislaine Dupont. Their deaths, as so many others, remain unsolved. We'll be watching a video about them later in the day. Impunity leads to more killings and is often a symptom of worsening conflict and the breakdown of law and judicial system. We have all come together today to send a strong signal in tackling impunity for crimes against journalists, something we can only do together. Before giving the floor to our host leadership, I would like to invite to the stage two artists, Mexican artists, on raising awareness on the memory of killed journalists, transforming the language of hate of corridos, often glorifying the perpetrators of those kind of crimes. In its antidote, the anti-corrido, I thus the honor to announce the exhibition of Vivir Quintana, who is accompanied by Carmen Ruiz. They are going to perform 3 songs. Let them explain what they are. Welcome.
Okay. Hello, I'm Vivir Quintana, and this is my partner, musical director, Carmen Ruiz. We're from Mexico, and through art and music, we are concerned about the violence that's being experienced throughout the world, and particularly in our country, violence against journalists. And we believe that through music, this is also a way to raise our voice in the face of this impunity. This is the corrido of mi novela, a journalist who was murdered in 2011 in Veracruz.
Se alborotaron las aguas del puerto de Veracruz. Una noticia macabra pintó de rojo su azul. Fue en junio 20 del 11. Sé que te acuerdas bien tú. López Velasco apellido, Miguel Ángel fue de nombre, del gran comunicante que se marchó con honores, porque su vida arrancaron junto a 2 de sus amores. Hijo de Ángela y Juan, compañero jarocha, siempre iba tras la noticia. Fue de alto riesgo su oficio y con pasión lo ejercía. Para cualquier periodista, qué peligrosa es la vida cuando se escriben verdades, se esconde la policía. Por todos los periodistas asesinados y asesinadas, por Daphne Caruana, por Ghislaine Dupont, por Claude Berlon, Maxime Levin, Shirin Abu Akleh, por Jamal Khashoggi, por Moisés Sánchez, por Gauri Laxkesh, por Betty Baraza, por Samir Flores, Rubén Espinosa y Yolanda Ordaz y todos los demás periodistas, porque no se mata la verdad asesinando periodistas. Fue de alto riesgo su oficio y con pasión lo ejercía. Para cualquier periodista, qué peligrosa es la vida cuando se escriben verdades, se esconde la policía, sigue la pluma encendida de Milo, Gabo y Yolanda. A la verdad no se mata, aunque le arranquen palabras. ¿Dónde estará la justicia cuando el gobierno no manda? Hay llamas que no se apagan, aunque las quieran callar. Hay velas que son eternas, aunque se las trague el mar, como las de mi novela que encienden la libertad, como las de mi novela que encienden la libertad. Y para todas las mujeres.
To all women who suffer violence and for all women journalists, song without fear.
Que tiemble el Estado, los cielos, las calles, que teman los jueces y los judiciales. Hoy a las mujeres nos quitan la calma, nos sembraron miedo, nos crecieron alas. A cada minuto de cada semana nos roban amigas, nos matan hermanas, destrozan sus cuerpos, las desaparecen. No olvides sus nombres, por favor, señor presidente. luchando en Reforma, por todas las morras peleando en Sonora, por las comandantas luchando por Chiapas, por todas las madres buscando en Chihuahua. Cantamos sin miedo, pedimos justicia, gritamos por cada desaparecida. Que resuene fuerte, nos queremos vivas, que caiga con fuerza el feminicida, que caiga con fuerza el feminicida. Y retiemble en sus centros la tierra al sororo rugir del amor. Y retiemble en sus centros la tierra al sororo rugir del amor. Gracias. Nos despedimos con esta.
Now we're going to go out with this last song. It's called You Deserve Love, because we need empathy so that it'll be tough to violate other people's rights.
Mereces un amor con relámpagos y flores, un cariño sin temor, la dulzura del perdón, del pasado y sus errores. Te mereces un amor que respete tus promesas, que disfrute tu sazón de pimienta con limón, que comparta sus recetas. Te mereces un amor retratista de paisajes, un buen amor que te amueble el corazón con sus verbos más amables. Te mereces un amor que navegue en lo profundo, un amor que sea el timón en momentos de temblor, que se quede al fin del mundo. Te mereces un amor que conozca tus espinas, y si el llanto y la inflación tocan a tu dirección, tenga hierbas y aspirinas. Un amor valiente, tierno e insurgente, un amor canario, revolucionario, un querer constante que arrulle cantante tus ojos de sol. Un amor sin dudas que coma verduras, un amor presente que tire pa'l frente, un amor de fuego que no queme el cerro al primer hervor. Te mereces un amor, un amor, un amor, 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 Te mereces un amor que traiga amor, un amor, un gran amor. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much. Thanks again.
One, two, three. Okay. That was moving, really remarkable, inspiring. Thank you so much for that performance. I just want to remind that we have interpretation in Spanish, in English, French for all of you for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my honor to invite the hosts of today's event to the stage for their opening words. Mr. Secretary General Almagro, the floor is yours.
The interpreter regrets the Secretary General's microphone was not working, probably being fixed now. Dear friends, and my dear Tawfiq Chalasi, greetings also to Adrian Sulay, whom I very much appreciate for her support of this organization of the International Day to End Impunity for Crimes Against Journalists. It is time that we end that impunity. And the General Assembly of the UN has said as much. And for those of us who deeply believe in democracy, justice, truth, how can we not stand up and speak against such injustice as impunity for crimes against journalists? This is also an opportunity to pay tribute to those who indeed fell in that war. In every democratic society, or not, as the case may be, since 1966, more than 1,600 have been killed, and 9 out of 10 of those murders, dear friends, as I speak, have gone unsolved. The fact of the matter is it not, that criminal action against journalists, the murder of journalists, is the most outrageous form of censorship. Persecution, jail, torture, so many other evils have been part of those people's lives, with the consequence for democracy that we can only know. 86% of the cases, as I say, have been noted, and more live in exile for fear of their lives. Alas, impunity for this kind of crime has become the rule and not the exception. And so, as we meet here to mark the International Day to End Impunity for Crimes Against Journalists, we say, enough. Let's change this and call on the role of the public, which must cry out. But as we know, when the public itself isn't duly informed as to what's going on, that becomes less probable, which is precisely the role of journalists, to avoid, not least in eras of electoral period. This organization has said as much repeatedly. We want to speak for a free society, one that speaks up, one that believes in a give and take, a free give and take in which everyone has his and her voice. I cannot end without saying that today, on this signal International Day to End Impunity for Crimes Against Journalists, we pay tribute to all those who have fallen, who have been murdered, but who are not forgotten. We emphatically stand up against those who would wish to silence them and silence us, and we stand in solidarity with the dead and their grieving families, those who have paid with their very lives for their principles, for their beliefs. Every one of them is not less than a mutilation of democracy. This is truth that dies, that withers on the vine. And everyone who dies because of freedom of expression should go straight to our hearts and should tell us how much our own rules and rights that we purport to support are in jeopardy. Thank you.
Gracias. Muchas gracias.
Distinguished Secretary General, thank you so very much for those moving and challenging thoughts that go straight to the heart of everything that's going on in our own region in Latin America, where we know that journalists are, quite frankly, the first to fall, the first targets of that kind of political oppression. Let me now invite the Assistant Director of UNESCO, Head of Information, Dr. Tawfiq Jalasi. Please come to the head table.
Excellency Luis Almagro, Secretary General of the Organization of American States, Excellencies, Ambassadors, distinguished panelists, speakers, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me, on behalf of the Director General of UNESCO, Madame Audrey Azoulay, to be with you this morning for this global commemoration of the International Day to End Impunity for Crimes Against Journalists. It is also a pleasure to co-organize this event with the Organization of American States in this beautiful room and this landmark house of the Americas. Since 1949, UNESCO and the Organization of American States have been working together, maintaining a strong collaboration on important issues which are central to our respective mandates. I'm glad that this relationship continues to thrive, and we are here today to celebrate also the 25 years of the creation of the Organization of American States Special Rapporteurship and the 30 years of the UN Special Procedure. These milestones seal 3 decades of cooperation in promoting freedom of expression and the safety of journalists. Why are we here to commemorate the International Day to End Impunity for Crimes Against Journalists? The Secretary General reminded us of the alarming statistics about the impunity rate for crimes against journalists. He also told us that between 2006 and 2023, 1,600 journalists have been killed worldwide. Shockingly, 9 out of 10 of these crimes against journalists are still today unresolved, leaving their perpetrators unpunished. In the past years, these numbers have tragically remained unacceptably high, exacerbated by crises worldwide like the ones we know of in Afghanistan, in Haiti, in Palestine, in Ukraine, in Sudan, among other crises worldwide. Ukraine, as well as Mexico and Haiti, are among the deadliest countries for journalists in recent years. The UNESCO Observatory for Crimes and Killings of Journalists has already condemned the killing of at least 14 journalists in the ongoing crisis in the Middle East. The week following the tragic event of October 7th marked the worst week for journalist killings in the last decade. It is important to note that there has been a slight decrease in impunity rate over the last decade, dropping by 9%. This impunity rate used to be 95%. It is today 86%. And this slight improvement is due to the concerted effort of advocacy and collaboration under the United Nations Plan of Action for the safety of journalists and the issue of impunity. However, in spite of this slight improvement, 86% of impunity rate is still intolerably high. This is why this year's campaign for the International Day emphasizes the need to keep memory alive while fighting impunity and seeking the truth. The campaign focuses on sharing the testimonies of relatives of journalists who have fallen victim of crimes. We aim to have these stories of painful experience caused by impunity heard and to demand justice for the fallen journalists. I invite you all to join us in sharing this campaign's message, which is also available on UNESCO social media. While murders are the most extreme form of violence, journalists unfortunately face a wide array of threats, including physical, legal, digital, and psychological. These threats have a chilling effect and lead to self-censorship among professionals and society. On this occasion, we draw attention to the various forms of attack that intensify during elections. This is especially relevant ahead of next year's super election year, during which we know there will be 81 elections worldwide, and there will be over 2.6 billion voters going to cast their ballot. A new UNESCO data released in this report, and we have copies of this report available for you at the entrance of this room. So please feel free to pick your copy of it. So this new UNESCO data released today shows that between January 2019 and June 2022, attacks against journalists occurred in the context of at least 89 elections in 70 countries. Shockingly, 42% of journalists attacked in election context were assaulted by law enforcement agents and law enforcement agencies. This reveals that electoral processes are accompanied by an intensification of attacks and acts of intimidation against journalists, directly impacting public debate, but also the integrity of electoral processes. To counter these threats, we must recommit to coalition-based effort among all relevant stakeholders in line with the United Nations Plan of Action for the safety of journalists and the issue of impunity. We also need to build upon the recommendations of last year's celebration of this International Day, which took place in Vienna and was hosted by the government of Austria. Many of you in this room did join us last November 2nd for this 10th anniversary of the UN Plan of Action. From UNESCO perspective, we are committed to continuing our work with the media community and with all relevant stakeholders, including major regional organizations such as the Organization of American States, the African Union, and the African Court of Human and People's Rights, and other key parties. Will persist in supporting lawyers defending journalists from judicial harassment through the Global Media Defense Fund, which is being administered by UNESCO. We'll continue our training of judges on international standards on freedom of expression. This Judges Initiative of UNESCO has trained to date over 35,000 judges, prosecutors, and judiciary operators coming from 106 countries. We train them on regional and international standards of freedom of expression. In conclusion, let's remember that this International Day to End Impunity for Crimes Against Journalists is not only a tribute to the courage and dedication of journalists who have lost their lives in the line of duty, it is also an opportunity to call for our concerted action to improve the situation and enhance the safety of journalists. It is a reminder of the vital importance and the urgency for states and other stakeholders to deploy their maximum effort to create an environment without violence for the press and the journalists, to allow them to carry out their work freely, independently, and safely. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yelasi, for your words. Es un recuerdo.
Afraid we've lost the mic. The interpreter regrets we cannot hear the speaker. Now, thank you. Given the circumstances that most journalists live in, the grievous situation that they must face throughout the world, we can only recall how important it is that we stand as one, that we work together resolutely in the face of this scourge. And let us not forget that this program can give us a good platform on which to build. Let me now, without further ado, invite Margaret May Macaulay, President of the InterAmerican Commission on Human Rights, to come to the podium. And welcome.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, as President of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, it is a profound honor to welcome all of you to this event to commemorate the International Day to End Impunity for Crimes Against Journalists and the 25th anniversary of the Office of the Special Rapporteur for Freedom of Expression of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. I would like to extend a warm greeting to the Secretary General of the OAS, who has gone to attend to urgent affairs, Mr. Louis Amalgo, and to Mr. Toflik JLSC, Assistant Director General for Communications and Information at UNESCO. I also wish to acknowledge and thank all the state representatives, as well as civil society organizations, journalists, columnists, persons from media outlets, and all participants who are attending this gathering. Our gathering here at the Organization of American States in Washington, D.C. is a reflection of the collective will we share in defending the rights to freedom of expression and information as pillars which are fundamental to the survival and vibrancy of any democracy. In partnership with UNESCO, the Secretary General of the OAS and our Office of the Special Rapporteur for Freedom of Expression, we are united in our mission to confront the challenges and obstacles which impede journalists from performing their duties free from fear of reprisal, intimidation, or violence and death. This day is not just a symbol, but a resonating call to action, especially considering the alarming situation facing journalists in our hemisphere and in the world. In the last few years, the Office of the Special Rapporteur for Freedom of Expression has highlighted a disturbing and increasing trend of violence against journalists in the Americas. This year alone, we have witnessed the tragic loss of at least 17 journalists in countries across our region. These are not just numbers. They represent a chilling reality, a clear and present danger to freedom of expression, and the most serious violations of their rights and to their families. Most of these crimes remain in impunity, a shameful and unacceptable state of affairs. During the 186th period of sessions of the InterAmerican Commission on Human Rights, we heard alarming reports from civil society organizations which confirmed this situation. This violence does not only include only assassinations, I beg your pardon, but also assaults, threats, kidnapping, surveillance, criminalization, and stigmatizing statements from public officials, and from the highest. In several countries within our region, the phenomenon of violence against journalists is largely associated with the rise of organized crime and criminal groups, particularly in remote areas or border cities. These zones are battlefields where journalists often find themselves caught in the crossfire. On many occasions, to preserve their lives, physical integrity, and even their careers, journalists and columnists are coerced into aligning with certain powers, which inevitably leads to a silencing of the truth and an abandonment of their critical role in their societies. Despite efforts by states in our hemisphere to curb this escalating violence against journalists and media workers, the Special Rapporteur continues to document high numbers of murders year after year. In this context, we are also deeply concerned over the lack of progress in judicial investigations into assassinations of journalists. In most countries, there remain significant, often structural challenges in ensuring effective justice and appropriate reparations for victims. We are here to echo the call for states in our region to conduct exhaustive and independent investigations into these crimes and to bring those responsible to justice. We must tackle not only symptoms of the root causes of this violence and the chilling effect it has on journalists and, by extension, on society as a whole. We must do all we can. Our role in these 2 days is vital. We must delve into discussions which will lead to the protection and prevention strategies, which are critical for the safety of journalists. The Inter-American Court of Human Rights has unequivocally stated that journalism can only be freely exercised when journalists are not subjected to threats, physical or psychological aggressions, or other forms of harassment. As we reaffirm the Declaration of Principles on Freedom of Expression by the Inter-American Commission of Human Rights, which condemns killings, kidnappings, intimidation, and threats against social communicators, we must also acknowledge the need for states to play a proactive role in preventing and investigating these acts, punishing the perpetrators, and providing adequate reparations to victims. Moreover, I would like to emphasize the need for states to consider the specific needs and risks women journalists face due to gender discrimination. I beg your pardon. The Inter-American Commission and its Special Rapporteur have previously highlighted that social constructs of gender and historical discrimination towards women lead and still lead to particular patterns of violence, with a differential impact on women journalists and media workers. In light of this, I urge every one of us here and those we communicate with to engage proactively over the following days and share our insights, forge meaningful collaborations, and emerge with concrete action plans. Our goal is not only to honor those who have been killed in the exercise of their profession, but also to safeguard those who continue informing the public despite dangerous and challenging circumstances. Finally, I would like to thank you all for your commitment to this cause. I am sure that this will be an excellent opportunity to join forces and work together so we can make significant progress towards a future where every journalist in the Americas and beyond can work without fear and in actual safety. A future where freedom of the press is a reality and not just an inspiration. I thank you.
Thank you for those words. Ms. McCauley, it's so nice to see such a strong institutional support. We have gone a long way around the world in defending and protecting journalists. Long way. So different from when I started working in the promotion of independent media 25 years ago, when there were a few institutions openly expressing and coming together to support our colleagues around the world. And now, I would like to introduce Birgitta Tesselaar, Ambassador to the United States of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, co-chair of the Media Freedom Coalition. Welcome.
And thank you to Luis Almagro who had to leave, unfortunately, Secretary General of the OAS, and of course Taufik Jelassi, the Assistant DG for UNESCO, for organizing this important meeting. And thank you also, Margaret Macalau, for your thoughtful remarks, especially also your pointing out the link between the unsafety for journalists and organized crime, as well as pointing at the extra risks that women journalists have because of gender inequality in many countries. I arrived not so long ago, a couple of months ago, and yesterday I went to the carry-on. The carry-on is a gift from the Dutch people to the American people, thanking them for liberating us during the Second World War and thanking them for the Marshall Aid. It's located beautifully at Arlington, on top of a hill. And from that hill, you can see the Lincoln Memorial, the Washington Monument, and then you see the White House, Capitol Hill, Supreme Court, and some of the institutions. And I think together they symbolize very much what we're talking about here today, which is the International Day to End Impunity for Crimes Against Journalists. Lincoln fought for freedom, freedom for every person in this country. And today, freedom for journalists is as important, so that they can go wherever they want to go to do their work, that they can work freely without being threatened and work in full safety. Because while journalists are the oxygen of a free, inclusive, and informed society, their work has become increasingly difficult and dangerous. And we live in a world where human rights are under pressure, where democracies are at stake, and where regimes want to hide their atrocities. And the rule of law is under threat, and also journalists are being threatened. And they are not only obstructed and imprisoned, as was mentioned, but they are killed in action, or worse, killed as a target, just for doing their job, a job that is of great importance to all of us. And we all know an attack on journalists, on free press, is an attack on the essence of democracy. When a journalist is silenced, the whole society is silenced. And what is equally worrisome, as the DG for UNESCO, Taufik, mentioned, is that 9 out of 10, the culprit is not found, is not brought to justice. And this leads, of course, to more impunity. This problem is not isolated. We in the Netherlands are also experiencing a lot of challenges. 2 years ago, a very famous journalist, a crime journalist, called Peter R. de Vries, was murdered in broad daylight. And our Dutch broadcasting journalists from the NOS, they had to remove the logos from their vans because they were threatened for doing their jobs. Even a recent study in the Netherlands shows that 8 out of 10 journalists in the Netherlands have experienced some form of aggression or threat. And women journalists especially experience aggression or threats on social media. And this problem is also not new. In 1982, 4 Dutch reporters were killed in El Salvador. And this is still an open wound today, both for the families and our society. And they were killed simply for doing their job, reporting on the civil war raging in the country at that time. Next stop on my view, the monument, the importance of commemorating. The numbers were mentioned. According to Reporters Without Borders, only this year already 38 journalists have been killed and 431 are being detained. As UNESCO mentioned on the screen just right now, don't let them be forgotten. These are not just numbers. And I remember very well when I was working for the Human Rights Department in the ministry, I had to write a speech for the Human Rights Ambassador. And I started that speech by including 20 names of journalists who had been killed during that year. And in the UNGA, in the UN, in New York, he started by mentioning those names. Those people need to be reminded, as also the artists did so beautifully when we started today. And I remember very well what they sang, Cantamos sin miedo. So we need to pay tribute to them. We need not to forget them. And we need to commemorate them, also during days like this one, a day set aside specifically to end impunity for crimes against journalists and to having discussions like we're going to have today. The next stop on my view, White House, Hill, courts, trias politica. How do we protect the lives of the people working hard to report the facts, to report the truth? We need a threefold approach. We need to prevent, protect, and prosecute. We need to prevent attacks on journalists by creating a safe environment for them to do their jobs. We need to protect journalists when threats or attacks do occur by providing physical, practical, digital, legal, financial, and psychological support through our partners. And we need to prosecute those responsible for those attacks. And so that's also why until today, even it happened in 1982, we're still working hard with local human rights organizations, with the authorities of El Salvador, to bring the killers of the 4 journalists to justice. No country can address all these challenges alone. We are stronger and more effective when we work together. Partnerships are essential. It was already mentioned. The UN Plan of Action on the Safety of Journalists and the issue of impunity is an important platform. The Media Freedom Coalition is a good example of cooperation. And I'm proud that the Netherlands is a co-chair together with Estonia. The Media Freedom Coalition was created 2 years ago to advocate for media freedom and the safety of journalists and to hold to account those who harm journalists for doing their job. We do this in cooperation with civil society, legal experts, and journalists. And since its founding, the Media Freedom Coalition has expanded to 50 countries, 50 members, including the Organization of American States. And this is important because being a coalition of so many countries and like-minded parties gives us strength in numbers and diversity, not only in the physical world, but also in the digital world, which is also why we have the Freedom Online Coalition with 38 government members, including also many from the OAS region. And again, this is an important platform to address these issues. And let me also take the opportunity to thank the US government for its leadership as a chair of the coalition throughout the year. And it's our privilege to take over the baton in 2024. We believe that partnerships are crucial to coordinate our action, set standards, pool resources, and collaborate with experts and civil society. Governments have a critical role to play and have a responsibility in upholding media freedom. Governments have resources, they have convening power and diplomatic footprints, all of which are essential in protecting journalists from violence, harassment, and intimidation. And by the way, this includes responsibilities for Media Freedom Coalition members to look at the safety of journalists in their own countries. In the Netherlands, for example, we have something called persveilig, which means press safe. It's a cooperation between journalists, government, justice, and police, which provides a platform for journalists to report threats or violence they face in the course of their work. And the conference today is so essential to exchange these kinds of experiences together. I hope and I wish that we're all able to intensify our cooperation, to protect one of the cornerstones of our societies, press freedom and the safety of journalists. Until that day, that the bells of the carillon will sing, will ring, because no journalist was killed, and because there is freedom of the press everywhere in the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Sasselar, for expressing all the programs you're working and all the support of the Netherlands to this work. Really appreciate it. Now, let's move to another continent, Africa. from where we have the honor of welcoming on stage a very special guest, Justice Imani Dao Abut, President of the African Court for Human and People's Rights. She will tell us more about the challenges of safety for journalists, especially the fundamental role of the judiciary to tackle the challenges. Welcome.
Excellency Luis Almagro, Secretary General of the Organization of American States, who just left. Excellency Taufik Jalas, Assistant Director General for Communication and Information, UNESCO. Excellency Margaret Makule, my sister President of the InterAmerican Commission on Human Rights. Members, Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps present here today. Excellencies, representatives from the African Union present here today. Civil societies, media members present in this room today, good morning. I'm deeply honored to be part of this historic global commemoration of the International Day to End Impunity for Crimes Against Journalists. And I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers of this event for the invitation to deliver this keynote speech. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this year's commemoration sheds light on a topic of immense significance: violence against journalists, the integrity of elections, and the role of public leaderships. It is a topic that resonates deeply with the challenges our world faces today. The increasing violence against journalists around the globe, often perpetrated with impunity, raises serious concerns. In far too many instances, states have fallen short in their responsibility to protect the fundamental rights of journalists. For example, in various African countries and beyond, attacks on journalists have tragically become all too common. These attacks frequently go without thorough investigation, allowing the perpetrators to evade justice. While freedom of expression is enshrined in the constitutions of our states, the grim reality paints a different picture. Journalists continue to endure threats, physical violence, and even arrests when they exercise their right to freedom of expression. According to the United Nations statistics, approximately 1,615 journalists have lost their lives since 1993, as well said by previous speakers, with 38 of those casualties occurring in 2023, that means this year. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, violence against journalists is not limited to random acts. It is also common during elections around the world. Journalists often find themselves in the midst of the chaos when election campaigns turn violent. It is crucial for states to acknowledge that democratic elections are impossible without the indispensable role of the media. Voters require ample information about political parties, policies, candidates, and the election process to make informed choices. The role of public leaders is accelerating or preventing violence against journalists from occurring should also not be ignored. There are public leaders of states and governments who refer to journalists in an insulting, defamatory, or racist manner in public, and therefore drawing attention to them and regrettably inciting attacks. Sometimes governments remain silent instead of condemning the attacks. It is important for public leaders to use their platform and influence to spread a positive message that freedom of expression is necessary to democracy. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the role of the judiciary in addressing the challenges of violence against journalists is equally important. That's why I'm here. The judiciary is responsible for adjudicating cases relating to the rights and freedom of journalists, ensuring fair and just judgments. The African Court is conscious of and recognizes the importance of protecting the rights of journalists and preserving the rights to freedom of expression guaranteed under Article 9 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. The court has delivered landmark judgments, that is the African Court on Human and People's Rights, has delivered landmark judgments that have had significant implications on the protection of freedom of expression in general and the safety and security of journalists in particular. In its judgments, the court has emphasized that freedom of expression does not only encompass the right to impart information, but also the right to receive and access information. In the case of Issa Konate versus Burkina Faso, a journalist in Burkina Faso was arrested, tried and convicted for the offense of defamation. The court held that criminal defamation laws can have a chilling effect on freedom of expression and can hinder the work of journalists. Accordingly, it declared the laws which criminalize defamation, especially those prescribing imprisonment as a punishment, are incompatible with the essence of freedom of expression. These decisions set an important basis for the abolition or reform of criminal defamation laws in African countries. In another case of Norbert Zongo and others versus Burkina Faso, the court took a strong stance against impunity for crimes committed against journalists. In that case, which involves the assassination of a journalist, the court called for thorough investigation, prosecution, and appropriate sanctions for perpetrators of crimes against journalists. This decision underlines the need to promote a culture of accountability to deter those committing violence targeting journalists. Furthermore, in Ingabire Victoria versus Rwanda, the court affirmed the freedom of expression may be restricted in some cases, but must be done when it is necessary, proportionate, and to achieve a legitimate objective. This is the restrictions which the court made on the principle of freedom of expression. The court also highlighted the high degree of tolerance needed for speeches made by public figures and or against political figures. The court's broad interpretation of freedom of expression in this case would definitely have a positive impact on journalists' rights to seek obtain and impart information, including making statements that may be deemed unfavorable to those in the position of power. Excellencies, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, addressing the challenges of violence against journalists will require a multi-faceted approach involving different actors, including the member states, non-governmental organizations, international institutions, civil society organizations, human rights institutions, and the media community at large, as well said by the previous speakers here today. In this regard, the African Court on 14th August 2018 signed a Memorandum of Understanding, an MOU with UNESCO, as well said by the Assistant Director General, formalizing collaboration between the two organizations in championing freedom of expression and the safeguarding of press freedom. I therefore call upon all other stakeholders to come together and join efforts in the shared mission of advancing the right to freedom of expression and safeguarding the well-being of journalists. In closing, let us recommit ourselves to the cause of ending impunity for crimes against journalists and securing the integrity of our elections. Together we can make significant progress towards a world where freedom of expression is not just a concept on paper, but lived reality for all. In this endeavor, we must work collaboratively, driven by dedication and determination. Thank you for your kind attention. Asante sana in my original language, Kiswahili. Muito obrigado and merci beaucoup. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Justice Abbott, for those words. Few contexts. We are now moving into another continent. We're moving to Asia and the Pacific now. Few contexts are currently as challenging for journalists of Afghanistan. According to UNESCO-supported data, since August 2021, almost 50% of media outlets have ceased their operations altogether. An estimated 90% of women journalists have lost their jobs, with many of them having been the sole breadwinners of their families. At the same time, hundreds of journalists have fled the country or have been forced into hiding, risking an information vacuum and bringing to light the need to train the new generation of journalist students. I would like now to warmly invite to the stage Mr. Danish Karokel, the Director and Editor-in-Chief of Patchwork, Afghan News, the country's largest news agency, with reporters in all 34 countries to provide us with an input of what it means to work in such an extreme situation.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank UNESCO, an organization of American state, for organizing this important event to improving journalist security worldwide. Over the past 2 decades, Afghan journalists played a key role in keeping citizens informed, supported democratic institutions, fighting corruption, and holding public officials accountable. Media was among other Afghan institutions that enjoyed the most public trust before the August 2021 Taliban takeover of the country. Today, with the Taliban in power and the exit of many international observers, Afghan media inside and outside the country are play a more critical role than ever in providing reliable information about people, dialogue, women education, humanitarian issue, migration, local event. The Taliban have view free journalism as a contrary to Islamic teaching and to their governance system. They have nonetheless been pragmatic in engaging with the media out of concern for their public opinion. The Taliban aim to reshape society along religion's line through education system and by controlling public access to information in alternative cultural visions. The Ministry of Information and Culture, Ministry of Virtue and Vice, and Intelligence Directorate all exercise controlling our media in the vacuum of a legal framework, but with collective purpose. Many journalists, including news organization leadership and most experienced reporter and editor, have fled the country since August 2021. With the national economy's free-fall, private advertising revenue down drastically since 2021 levels, and international support withdraw, nearly half of the country media outlets have shut down altogether. Nearly 8,000 journalists and media workers who remain in Afghanistan have lost their jobs. In the past 2 years, in the absence of support from the international community, especially international organizations advocating for the right of journalists and freedom of expression, dozens of journalists have turned to hard work, and even some of them have sold their organ to provide bread for their family. International sanction and instability of currency in the banking system have increased the cost and difficulty of financial transaction. The Taliban have banned entertainment programs like plays and music. Taliban fighters and local commanders act autonomously in attacking journalists who cover public events like protests or conducted investigative work. The new Taliban government pressured journalists to report according to their interests and even its verbal code by referring to Taliban as the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan. The Taliban may increase and formalize conventional censorship with expanded policing of a media language, blacklist of news contributors, licensing restriction, or by denying entry to foreign journalists. There is ongoing but systematic restriction of the participation and visibility of women journalists, especially in more conservative provinces. Of the 2,378 female journalists and media workers, less than 500 are engaged in media activity, and there are no female media workers in 17 provinces. Gender discrimination against female journalists is another challenge due to which women journalists cannot get information on time. Dear ladies and gentlemen, but the good news is that women journalists continue report despite limitation, requirement to travel with a female relevant in regions like Kabul, the North, and the West. Organizations with larger and more formal presence inside Afghanistan are more vulnerable to Taliban editorial control. Organizations based abroad and operating informally in Afghanistan face challenges, safety, gathering and sharing information from inside the country. Hybrid media are increasing their reliance on the country and anonymous freelancer, citizen journalists, and activists who are seen by editor abroad. Local media can and often must source information from Taliban. Hybrid media whose journalists lack accreditation have difficulty interview official or covering public event, and some are reluctant to approach the Taliban. International media support should be part of a holistic diplomatic and development strategy toward Afghanistan because of a mutual dependence of a media with human rights, education, and democracy. Diplomats should raise press freedom issue with negotiation with Taliban, especially pressuring them to reduce restriction on women in the media. The Taliban have taken over the education system and are revising curricula, including of journalism school, to conform to their ideology. Mentorship model of journalism abroad, collaborating with the new colleagues in Afghanistan can be expanded. Dear ladies and gentlemen, economic problem and lack of work have forced about 1,000 journalists and media workers to leave the country, most of whom live in 4 countries in neighboring countries. They expected the international community to encourage journalists stuck in third country to extend visa and provide education opportunity for education and to encourage country to give them asylum. But all is not lost for the religion Afghan media. International supporters can help ensure the survival of independent journalism through financial and diplomatic means by facilitating communication among media organizations, CSOs, and other stakeholders. In the end, the overall impunity rate for the killing of journalists in Afghanistan is in high pitch, which suggests that most threats of violence and attack against journalists are not effectively investigated. Since 2021, at least 128 journalists and media workers, 20 of them women, have died in Afghanistan. Afghanistan Journalists Center investigation showed that because of the culture of impunity, law and justice have not been implemented in more than 90% of those events. 3 of those 128 people were journalists of Pajwak Afghan News. And I blame myself for not being able to prevent them, protect them, and bring their killer to justice. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. It's just impressive. I admire so much the work of the Afghan journalists. It's because of everything that they are going through, just really something to admire their courage. Now, we're going to start, just to set the stage, with a very, very quick panel on today's topic: violence against journalists, the integrity of elections, and the role of public leadership, which I like so much, the addition of the public leadership, because it's an area that requires so much thought, especially when we deal with independent media and promoting press freedom. For this, I would like to invite to the stage Ms. Irene Khan, the Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Expression and Opinion of the United Nations. Welcome. I'd also like to welcome Ms. Judy Gilbert, President of the Committee to Protect Journalists, CPJ. Thank you. Good to see you. I'll sit with both of you very quickly, just to talk briefly. And I'm going to start with Ms. Kent. Let me turn to you very quickly. One of your recent reports was looking into the connection of freedom of expression and sustainability and sustainable development, which is, as you know, very important for the international community, and how is that related and so important to ensuring democracy, electoral integrity, and addressing impunity for crimes against journalists.
Thank you very much. As, first of all, thank you for inviting me to this event, and I want to acknowledge the opening where many of the speakers highlighted the key problems. And I will pick what Taufik Jelassi said. 2.6 billion people are going to the polls next year, including the largest and the oldest democracies in the world, India and the US. And elections are flashpoints where we see all the ongoing threats to journalists become magnified. So while we focus on elections, we also need to see what's happening before elections, after elections. And right at this moment, what's happening where a democracy is waging war without disregard to international human rights law. I'm sorry, I cannot talk today without thinking about the journalists, 21 Palestinian journalists, 4 Israeli journalists, and 1 Lebanese journalist who have recently been killed in this 1 month alone. I'm sure UNESCO's statistics for 2023 will be totally distorted by what's happening right now in Gaza. So it's against that kind of background that we need to remember that more than 1,700 journalists have been killed, 9 out of 10 of them with impunity since my mandate was established 30 years ago and since UNESCO started keeping its records. So, coming back to elections, I'm just coming from Mexico, and prior to that, I spent 2 weeks in Honduras, looking into the problems of attacks on the media, safety of journalists, and studying the underlying cause of impunity, which appears in these countries to be the nexus between organized crime, the political system, politicians, and corruption in the legal and judicial system.
Yes, that's...
And that is what tends to make it so difficult to address impunity in the context of elections, because that's the sort of underlying problem that makes it very hard until we break that nexus. And my conclusion was a colossal lack of political will. That's exactly the phrase that I used in my statement when I reported back. And I'm not picking only Honduras and Mexico. I think the same problem exists in many countries around the world. That's the issue.
Yes, that's extremely important. Really like that area of public leadership, because without that, there's very little we can do in terms of policies to support press freedom and journalists, especially because most of these policies, as you all know, are based on values, and if the leadership doesn't have those values, especially when we talk about democratic values, it's very, very difficult to move forward.
I would say institutions. Political will is not only about values, it's about institutions, and that is where the justice and the legal system come in. You know, you have to have strong institutions in place. A constitution is an institution, laws are institutions, and the judicial system are institutions. And if those institutions don't stand behind the international right to freedom of expression and the right of media to express itself, journalists to express themselves safely, then I'm sorry, impunity is going to prevail, and we will not, and democracy will suffer, because free media is a pillar of democracy. Elections will suffer, because that is when people need to have access to information most freely and openly and safely.
Yes, I think we'd love to talk more all morning about that. Let me move now to Gilbert about you lead one of the most important organizations working in the protection of journalists. The CPJ is an organization I really admire and I've collaborated for many years with. You have been publishing the Global Impunity Index, including the 2023 edition. What have you seen? What are the trends there? And what is needed to tackle this impunity, basically?
Well, I think one of the trends I would reflect on, and I see many colleagues here have been working on this for many years, is, it's 10 years since we declared this International Day to End Impunity. And the fact is that the vast majority of killings of journalists still go unpunished. And so I think a key theme is we're not moving the needle. We're really not moving the needle. And I think, it's great to hear such goodwill in this room, but what we really need is frankly more action and much less talk about the importance of action. It's time to do something different, and I think we've heard about some of the things. What our impunity index shows is essentially there isn't a single factor that determines what happens, why a country is one in which journalist killers go free. This year on our impunity index we have democracies and autocracies. We've got nations that are in turmoil, we've got those with stable governments, we've got some that are coming out of war and some that are descending into it. A country that has appeared in the index this year is Haiti, where you've got gang violence, you've got political instability, you've got the dysfunctional judiciary, and that means that people not only have a governance void, but because journalists are being killed in such high numbers, you have an information void, and that's a real issue. But one of the features of the impunity index is actually the number of countries that are persistently on that index. So Haiti is the third worst offender on our index this year, behind Syria and Somalia. Somalia, along with Iraq, Mexico, the Philippines, Pakistan, India, they've been on our index every year since its inception. Syria, South Sudan, Afghanistan, which we heard so movingly about from Danish, and Brazil, have also been there for years. These are individual countries that we can work with to do something about this, and yet nothing has happened. And we heard from Irene why that might be. We've heard about conflict, corruption, inadequate law enforcement, and lack of political interest. And one thing is also common, and you asked about themes, is the failure to deal with all of this creates an environment in which journalists feel chilled. They do not feel able to report freely. And the other thing I want to highlight is, and Irene referenced this, and I think it's really important that we talk about it, because of the methodology that CPD uses, it doesn't necessarily mean that we capture every single instance of impunity. So we did a report earlier this year called Deadly Pattern that found that no one had been held accountable for the deaths of 20 journalists by Israeli military fire in 22 years. And since October the 7th, and actually the figures are even worse than Irene alluded to, we've documented 33 journalists killed in the Israel-Gaza war, 28 Palestinians, 4 Israelis, and 1 Lebanese. And we have to ensure that those deaths are investigated and that those who are responsible are held accountable. I can talk a little bit about how accountability is possible, but I know you're wanting to move on, so we can come to that afterwards. But I think the key thing is it is possible. It's just really hard work, and you have to be extremely persistent and prepared in many cases to play the long game.
What would be a single key component to tackle that?
Well, look, you need to have a combination, I think, of international pressure. Universal jurisdiction is really key, so the ability to prosecute not just in the country where the journalist was murdered, but internationally if possible. And to seize on changes of government. So we saw an example of Peru, for example, where the murder of Hugo Bustia Saavedra was literally just came to some semblance of justice 35 years later, was a combination of all those factors, including the immense work of human rights groups and those of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. It requires that combination of factors to achieve justice.
Yeah. Well, we don't have much time, but this is something. One more, yes, please, Ms. Cancun.
On this day, we talk a lot about the numbers of journalists who have been killed. And we look at impunity as though it is about prosecution for murders. Yes, that is what impunity is about. But impunity is also about, what the word there is, crimes against journalists. And those crimes include the crime of defamation being used against journalists. There are crimes, all sorts of other security laws, anti-terrorist laws, fake news laws that are being used against journalists. And I believe that we need to focus on that, because today you don't have to kill a journalist in order to chill freedom of expression. And until we understand that and go for it, then I'm afraid we will still call it the International Day to End Impunity for Crimes. This should be the International Day to mark the end of impunity against journalists, of crimes against journalists.
And with those words, I would like to thank both of you for your participation. It's been incredibly important. This was just to set the stage. We're going to have upcoming panels. And I do believe that we still have to, in terms of tackling, we still need to keep on the training and promoting those universal, democratic values, including press freedom around the world. So with that, thank you both. We'll move to the first panel. I'd like to introduce my friend, Santiago Canton, the Executive Director of the International Commission of Jurists, who is going to be moderating the next panel and introducing our distinguished guest. Thank you, Santiago, for coming today. Good to see you.
Thank you very much, Luis, for the introduction. I'm going to switch briefly to Spanish and then back to English.
Let me say first how grateful I am to the OAS, to UNESCO, to the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, and indeed to the Rapporteurship on Freedom of Expression for having jointly and severally organized this important event, marking the 25th year of the establishment of that rapporteurship. Makes you feel a little bit old, but never mind. And also a milestone in our struggle against impunity, which include assassinations and crimes against journalists who are defending freedom of expression. When this rapporteurship, a quarter century ago, was founded, Luis was present, others here were as well. But when you look back over a quarter century and you see how far the rapporteurship has come, it's staggering. And I can assure you that those first years weren't easy. There wasn't even an office for that unit. And I say this half joking. I didn't even have a desk or a chair. But look at it now. Look at it now. The progress is staggering. However, alas, above and beyond the milestone successes that the rapporteurship has indeed had, we see that so much of the evil that beset us a quarter century ago is with us still and erodes freedom of expression in the lives of journalists worldwide. And this takes me to the panel that I have been honored to moderate, and that is the role of journalists at a time of elections and times of crisis in a democracy. Just yesterday, the ex-rapporteurs met together, along with the present rapporteur, might add, to put our heads together and think this through and see where freedom of expression stands in the region. Where are we now? And it was mentioned that in the quarter century since that expression, freedom of expression has been stated, over 560 journalists have been killed. That's a good number a month in those 25 years since the Freedom of Expression Unit was created. Now, all of us who work in the field of freedom of expression turn to the rapporteurship, and in 1985 it was said that freedom of expression was nothing less than the cornerstone of democracy. That's where we started by stating what was being intended. And right after that, it was mentioned that in that context, the journalists were at the forefront of that struggle for freedom of expression. And so crimes against journalists and attacks on freedom of expression are all attacks on democracy. And we see that. We see that right and left in our region. And needless to say, there is a link, is there not, between democracy and elections. And this brings me to the matter at hand. This is the panel that will address that point.
Ask the panelists of this panel to join me. I hope I pronounce the names correctly. I will ask, first we are going to have 2 testimonies, and then we are going to have the 4 members of the panels, but I will ask all of them to join me right now. Is Patience Nyange, Natalia Gumenjuk, Andrea Cairola, Zoe Titus, Ambassador Calixte Aristide Embari, and Gerardo de Icaza. We have 2 panelists missing. No, here they are. Okay. So as I said before, we are going to start with 2 testimonies. The first one is going to be from Patience Nyange. Did I pronounce it correctly? Thanks. And Patience is the Executive Director of the Association of Media Women in Kenya. Let me just briefly tell the participants of the panel that I'm going to be very strict with the time. So I apologize in advance. So now for the presentation of the testimonies, they're going to have, each of you are going to have 6 minutes. Okay, let's go ahead.
Okay, I think it's working, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, all protocols observed. My name is Patience Nyange. I come from Kenya. Thank you so much for inviting me for this engagement. I truly appreciate UNESCO and the American Organization for Stats. I had the opportunity to visit the neighborhood of my hotel yesterday, and I visited George Washington University, and the site was beautiful. I only wished I had brought the Kenyan weather with me. I'm honored and very privileged to be participating at this day, commemoration of International Day of Ending Impunity Against Journalists. I stand here, or I sit here, as a woman journalist, but also one who attempted to vie for the elective position in my country, Kenya, in the 2022 general elections. As one of the women candidates who vied for the governor position in my home county, which is Taita Taveta County. Well, I only have 5 minutes left, I believe now. So from the onset, allow me to declare that I will just generalize all my experiences or testimony, wearing both hats as a woman journalist, but also as a political aspirant. I'm currently serving as Executive Director of the Association of Media Women in Kenya, a membership organization representing about 500 women spread across the country. So some of these are examples or testimonies of these women as well. Women journalists and politicians. We believe that the more visible you are, the more targeted you become. Women journalists, again, continue to face some of these challenges that they have faced since time immemorials. And for those who have spoken before me, I share in the sentiments that have been there. Women have been there, just a second. Some of these threats that we face during electioneering period can be particularly challenging due to the heightened political tension and also often polarized nature of political campaigns. These include gender-based violence. Women journalists and politicians hugely experience physical and verbal attacks, harassment, and threats related to their gender, including stalking and even physical assault. A number of women aspirants who were vying for the elections in 2022 have experienced or had actually pulled out from the election almost towards the end, since that the risks were increased at that time, including kidnapping of their kinsmen. Well, violence has also taken a new shape and moved online. Online harassment, a number of us disproportionately targeted with online harassment, including revealing of personal information online. And this, of course, had a chilling effect on the ability of candidates to participate in political discourse on reporting on elections. Many women feel that the cycle becomes too intrusive, especially for their families, and hence withdraw their candidacy and leave the social media platforms altogether. On my end, I would say I didn't receive much of the verbal assault or maybe verbal violence, but well, I had a good share of the online violence as well throughout my campaign period. This was always in the form of sexist and misogynistic attacks, language and behavior, aimed at discrediting, of course, my candidacy and undermining my credibility. Personal threats to personal safety, we received a lot of this as women journalists and also women candidates who vied for different election positions, and others actually received death threats. Some of the discrimination and stereotyping that we got was a result of their gender and perspectives. At this point, most people said they were targeted most of the time, and every time they will stand, it will be the issue about them being women and therefore incapable of leading or incapable of leading a society, especially when they were vying for elective positions. Well, social-cultural barriers, traditional gender roles, and societal expectations continue to limit us as women in our participation in politics and journalism, making it very difficult for us to navigate these fields during electioneering period, making it also very difficult for women journalists to cover elections, and especially in some of the areas that were very volatile and areas that where they did not believe that women were capable to lead. We have done a number of things to address these challenges, including legal protections, enforcing and strengthening legal frameworks that continue to protect women from online harassment, gender-based violence, and discriminations. What we are asking for even in this engagement today is to try and see that laws should be designed to hold perpetrators accountable. In my country, we still are lagging behind and also really finding a challenge in holding people accountable, especially when it comes to online violence. We would like to continue encouraging that we support women, encouraging and support the active participation of women in politics and journalism through mentorship programs, affirmative action policies, and initiatives aimed at promoting women leaders. In my organization right now, what we're trying to do is to profile all the women who are holding political leadership positions currently as an indication of their capability to be able to lead in these positions, and also just to give them positive portrayal. We love to put women in the front pages when they are in sex scandals and when they are in any other scandals, but rarely do we give them a chance to be able to highlight or showcase the kind of work they're doing in relation to impacting their communities. Finally, solidarity networks. We hope that this conversation today will not be an event in its own, but a continuation of a solidarity network, establishing support and solidarity among women in politics, women in journalism, allowing us to be able to share our experiences and provide mutual support globally. We're hoping that we'll also protect the rights and safety of women in these fields during electioneering period, which is also vital for us in promoting diversity, inclusivity, and the democratic process as a whole. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Patience, really, thank you, on time. Now, I made a mistake in the introduction. I have two different agendas, one in English and one in Spanish, so I was confused. So let me just say that we have Ambassador Salah Hamad, and that we also have Arif Zulkifli, I hope it's correctly. Sorry about that. So now I will give the floor to Natalia Gumenchuk, co-founder of the Public Interest Journalism Lab in Ukraine.
Thank you for this opportunity. I'm fully based in Ukraine, in Kiev, but came just recently here. And yeah, probably everybody knows there is a war in Ukraine after the full-scale Russian invasion of the 10, which lasted for the last year and a half. We do have around 540 crimes against journalists recorded by the Institute of Mass Information in Ukraine, and 10 journalists which were killed, but overall 68 journalists dead, but 10 killed, I meant those who killed because of their professional activities. We do have, and among them, for instance, Max Levin, and I was heartened to hear his name during the first song, which colleagues opened the ceremony today. So we do have way more different types of the crime. When we could speak about 14 journalists missing, including them my close colleague Victoria Roshina, whose editor I was, 23 journalists kidnapped, 24 wounded. And there are other lists of the crimes, like 233 media had to be closed, in particular in the areas affected by the Russian occupation or the particular missile strike. Still, just to give you a bit of the understanding, how is it I'm also co-running the Reckoning project, which is a project on documenting war crimes, and my team consists of the few dozen reporters from all over the country, which we were hired due to their merit, not because they are in danger places. So some of them, 3 of them, has houses which has been partially destroyed. 3 of them had survived occupation, including one spent time in the basement in Bucha. Some were relocated. At the same time, those crimes are really more or less the very much same as against the citizens of Ukraine. Where do we have the biggest issues? They are the issues connected to the life in the occupation. So one of our member team, Oleg Baturin, in the early stage of the occupation has spent 8 days being detained and brutally beaten by the Russian soldiers. Therefore, after he has been freed, he managed to pursue and go on, and today remain one of the very few journalists who still document war crimes in his native town Novakhovka, so from exile. And what we do in our reporting, we talk directly to these witnesses, and among our witnesses of the war crimes, there are at least 4 journalists. So the attention I want to drive is in particular to the occupied territories and real tortures and directed attacks on those. Would it be Angela Slobodyan? I'd in particular mention the names Ukrainian female journalists who spent more than 1 month in the basement and in the prison in Kherson, brutally also abused by the Russian soldiers. Luckily, she is again free. It's not about all the journalists. We have still 16 journalists arrested and detained in Crimea, which is occupied within the last, occupied for almost the last decade. At the same time, there is something spectacular and paradoxical to tell. The rest of the Ukraine, which is under the Ukrainian control, the most of the country, remains a pluralistic democracy where there are thousands of media working, where there is freedom of speech, where we can still do the investigations under the martial law when we investigate possibly corruption in the army, and it would have particular influence on changing the ministers and the heads of the various institutions. There are vibrant debate, and at the same time, there is this physical threat. So there is something, this panel is called about the journalists under the risk during the times of crisis, but also elections. We would love to have elections in Ukraine, and they would be open, democratic, and pluralistic. The major threat for the elections is the Russian missiles and the fact that the part of the country can't vote under the occupation. We do have thousands of international journalists able to come to Ukraine and work openly. And even if we have some arguments, and we do have arguments with the security service, with the Minister of Defense, sometimes maybe there would be somebody's credential revoked. After the debate, they would be, given back. And to be honest, within the last year and a half, I have never felt myself so appreciated and so needed in my country with that level of access as never before this war, because it was exactly when the population understood what is the role of the journalists during the crisis, that they are an absolute necessity for the people to to write, to know what's happening. And now we really know that if there is no journalist, if there is in the places like currently occupied, people just generally do not know. Somebody during this day told in the panel that the freedom of speech and the information is like the space to breathe. And it's not something, just a phrase. When just 3 journalists, Ukrainian journalists, were able to work at the Mariupol during the siege, and it was a full blockade, and people didn't know whether the capital is standing, what's going on. And they were asking, when I am coming to the liberated territories, that's always I hear first, that in fact people all say that information, a basic knowledge, is as needed as food for them. So with this short remark, I'm ending my talk, and I would be happy to answer all the questions further.
Thank you very much, Natalia, Passion. So we heard the 2 testimonies. Now we are going to go to the panelists. I will give the floor to them, and I will ask them, if possible, to the 4 of you, if possible, if you can comment on the issue of women journalists and how it and the relationship with freedom of expression during election times and during crisis times. So if you can add any reference to that as well. So with that, I will ask Zoe Titus, as I said before, chairperson of the Global Forum for Media Development and executive director of the Namibia Media Trust.
Thank you. As per a short introduction, the Global Forum for Media Development is the largest media journalism support and media development organization globally, with about just under 170 members globally, including international organizations, regional and national organizations. And our experience of dealing in environments of crisis, in war-torn situations, has been, and we've worked in countries like, for example, Syria, Afghanistan, Ethiopia, the Ukraine, yes, just to mention a few. And as I'm answering your question, it strikes me that these crises are becoming more frequent, to the extent that this is becoming the norm. And as mentioned earlier also, these crises are elevated to a certain extent during elections. So I'll speak to that a little more. But I would like to focus specifically on the Ukraine and what the GFMD has been doing there. The Ukraine has been a recipient of sustained media development assistance prior the invasion. But obviously, with the invasion, it became very, very clear that a different kind of response is required. And we, as the GFMD, ensured that that response, importantly, is determined by Ukrainian journalists themselves. That was in critical importance. And I believe that from the onset, Ukrainian journalists were very, very concerned about the fact that aside from PPEs, the most immediate support that is required, media development assistance to the Ukraine should be long-term and should be sustained. That is just looking at the Ukraine. But now looking at the issue of elections, and unfortunately, it's very unfortunate, Natalia, that it is only now, when your country is in such disarray, that people are coming to understand and appreciate the role of journalists, which unfortunately is not the case in most instances. As we are heading towards elections, and I believe there are 81 elections globally next year in Africa, just over 20 elections, this is where women journalists especially, and thank you for your testimony, Patience, where women journalists and others in public office become the target of a lot of violence, not just online but offline as well. I mean, it is my impression that violence moves offline, then online, and comes back offline, and this is a cyclical issue that is perpetuated consistently. If I recall just a recent example in Zimbabwe with the elections earlier this year, it is a public official who withdrew from the elections because she was just not given the space to express herself. And that is where the issue of censorship comes in, because in that instance, especially in elections, when more than at any other time, citizens need access to quality verified information, in an election period, in a crisis of any kind, that journalists, the work of journalists should be supported.
Thank you very much. With that, I'm going to give the floor to Ambassador Salah Hamad, Head of the African Governance Architecture, Secretariat of the African Union. Ambassador Hamad, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for having me this morning. I'm grateful and honored to be part of this commemoration here at this great House of the Americas. I bring you greetings from the chairperson of the African Union Commission, His Excellency Mr. Musa Faki Mohammed, and also from the Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security, His Excellency Bankole Adoy. I also wish to begin by observing the protocol that is currently in existence, and also allying myself with the statement that was delivered by the Honorable President of the African Court on Human and People's Rights, Honorable Justice Hamani Aboud. The African Union, as a continental organization, sister to the Organization of American States, has been working very closely with a number of organs, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, the African Court on Human and People's Rights, and other organs of the African Union, as well as other stakeholders, including UNESCO and the European Union and other partners, to have a wider platform for the protection and promotion of the rights of journalists. We've been, in fact, very involved, in particular with UNESCO, for the last few years to develop a number of platforms and also model laws that will assist our member states to ensure that there's a platform, and also there's means and ways to ensure the protection of, and safety of journalists. However, the picture, of course, is still not really as it is supposed to be. We're still witnessing a number of violations of rights of journalists in many parts of Africa. Recently, during the elections in Eswatini, and previously during the election in many other African countries. But also, unfortunately, we are now currently witnessing more violations in conflict areas in Africa, including Sudan, where journalists, in fact, have no friends. They are either prosecuted by the military or prosecuted by the RSF, the Rapid Deployment Forces. And as a result, journalists are caught in the middle between the warring parties, and they have no safe haven really in Sudan where they can live in safety. And that is why the African Union, as the continental organization, in fact, is working very closely with the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, the Special Rapporteurs, and other stakeholders to ensure that the promotion and protection of the right and safety of journalists is a reality. But to do so, I think we really need to agree on a number of issues. One, that despite the treaties, the pronouncements and standards that we currently have, whether at the global level or the continental level, there is really need for the UN, the AU, the OAS, and other stakeholders to put their heads and hands together to ensure that all of these treaties are ratified, domesticated, and implemented at the national level. Without that, it will be very difficult to ensure the safety and the protection of journalists and other promotion and protection of human and people's rights. In addition to that, I think we need to also agree that the promotion of the safety of journalists is a collective endeavor. And that is why we need to share best practices and information on how to do more and to do better in terms of offering and providing the protection that is needed for all journalists. When it comes to election, the African Union recently reviewed its electoral cycle processes and developed a new manual on how to conduct better elections at the national level. And there's in fact a chapter on how to train journalists and law enforcement agencies at the national level to ensure that there is tolerance and there is also acceptance and respect that is exchanged between journalists and the law enforcement agencies at the national level. There is also now currently a number of manuals that are in the development process to expand the circle of training programs that will be offered prior to any and each election that will be taking place in Africa. Africa witnesses or see almost about between 15 to 20 elections a year. As you know, Africa has 55 member states, and that is quite a number, with a population of 1.2 billion almost, with more than 65% of the population as youth. And therefore, there's really need for more to be done to ensure that the journalists have the freedom they need in order to share information, in order to access information, and also to address issues that are in violation of the rule of law at the national level. The African Union is quite committed through its organs and institutions to work very closely with the international community as well as UNESCO and other entities to promote the right and protection of and safety of journalists. And the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, in fact, recently developed a model law on access to information with a big chapter on how to promote the safety and protection of journalists in Africa. We are currently also assisting the African Commission on Human and People's Rights in Banjul to develop a working group that is specialized on the safety and protection of journalists. But still, we believe that there is more to be done simply because having treaties, instruments, and pronouncements is not really enough until they are domesticated, implemented at the national level. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I will have some comments and questions all of you later, but let me go first to a first round of presentations by all of you. So let me pass the floor to Gerardo de Icaza. Gerardo is the director of the Organization of American States election area. I don't remember what DECO was, so maybe Gerardo, you can explain that. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Santiago. Let me begin with two just general comments. First of all, I agree with everything that has been said up to this point, so I will try not to repeat anything that has been said up till now. Second of all, I'd like to recognize also not only the journalists, but also the associations, the organizations that defend journalism, because things have gotten so dire, so bad, that not only are journalists being attacked, but those who defend journalists are being attacked as well. And in that sense, I'd also, because we work together so much, and I know the bravery with which he works, I'd like to make a special recognition to Pedro Vaca, our Special Rapporteur here in the region. So, as Santiago said, and he so correctly said, because he's been our chief of mission before in electoral observation missions at the OAS, we observe elections throughout the region, throughout the 34 active member states of the organization. We deploy around 11 missions a year. This really wasn't an electoral issue. This is kind of a cross-connection of things. But in 2016, it became such a huge issue, especially in one election, and you will know what election I'm talking about, in which a very famous candidate attacked the media in such a way, and it was so aggressive, not only towards general media outlets, but to specific journalists, singling them out. that it became important for us to start mentioning these attacks in our reports. Since then, 12 missions in 9 countries have attested to different types of attacks. Of course, the worst types of attacks are, as we've heard, killings. However, there are more nuanced, more subtle attacks that sometimes we don't pay attention to, but I think that are just as important. One is institutional attacks by authorities, but also laws limiting freedom of speech or laws limiting certain expressions that are then used in an electoral context. That is not why they were created, these laws, but they are used in these elections to intimidate, to punish even journalists covering campaigns. Other examples are campaigns limiting the access to certain journalists or to certain media outlets to their events, or just denial of journalists being able to enter polling places and reporting from places where people are voting or the vote count is taking place. Signaling out journalists as being partial, even in some cases revealing their personal information, how much they make, for instance, signaling them out as corrupt. As we know, there is only one small step between verbal violence to physical violence, and I think we should be stopping and denouncing the verbal violence as well as the physical violence as well. Using excuses now of social media and fake news as a tool for censorship, I can only imagine what will happen, and we're starting to see that as well when AI starts being more of an issue in elections as well. I'd like to finish just because of the time constraints, and I'm open to any of the questions that you might have, especially on the recommendations that we have issued when we've seen this. But just finish with a final thought that those who attack journalists attack journalism, and those who attack journalism attack freedom, truth, accountability, human rights, and ultimately they attack democracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Gerardo. Now to finish with this first round, I'll give the floor now to Arif Zulkifli, Chairperson of the Law Commission, Indonesian Press Council.
Okay. Thank you very much, moderators, all panelists, friends and colleagues for having me here. First of all, I would like to give small corrections on the photograph that is shown on the screen. If you see my photograph on my name, it's not me actually, it's the current President of Indonesia, Joko Widodo, someone that I want to talk about in this session. So thank you very much for having me, hoping me to become next Indonesia President. Friends and colleagues, Indonesia will hold a major election in 2024. There will be at least 3 elections. The first is presidential election on February 14, 2024. This election involves 3 candidates and 2004.8 million voters. So it's a very huge number. The second one is legislative election on February 14, 2024, involving 18 political parties and 204.8 million voters. The third one is local government head election on November 27th to elect 548 regional head at the provincial and city district levels. The fourth election is the second round of the presidential election on June the 2nd, 2024, in case of the tie in the first round, where neither candidate can get more than 50% of the votes. Facing 3 to 4 elections, Indonesia faces the threat of the political instability. The worst being of the credibility of constitutional court that is declining due to its innaturality. The chairman of the constitutional court in Indonesia is President Jokowi brother-in-law. Several weeks ago, the Constitutional Court changed the minimum age limit for the president candidate and vice president candidates by adding the exceptional that candidate can go under 40 years old as long as they have held position as a regional head through general elections. This decision is believed to pave the ways for Jokowi's sons to become the candidate of vice president. Currently, the president's son is vice president candidate to pair with one of the candidates, Prabowo Subianto. The threat of political fraud and conflict in the grassroots in 2024 election require independent, objective, and critical media. Through the professional media coverage, hoax can be prevented and system can be run according to its functions. But the media and journalists in Indonesia do not exist in the vacuum. Internally, Indonesia press is facing a problem that has now become a global phenomenon, digital disruptions. The media follows the platform business models in looking for traffic and trap into bad quality journalism. The media depends on the advertising budget on the central and local government as well as the state-owned companies. All three parties prefer safe and uncritical media. The ban no longer exists in Indonesia, but advertising budget can be stopped if the media criticize the government. Critical media face a dilemma, maintaining its independence while also maintaining the money flow to keep business running. In this context, we should read about the problem of Indonesia press, including the problem of violence against journalists. Violence against journalists in Indonesia is reflected in the survey conducted by the press councils from 12 to 30 September on 135 journalists in 17 provinces. According to the respondent, the form of violence against journalism are threat and intimidation, coverage ban, physical violence, confiscation of the works tools, digital attack. And the perpetrators of violence is political party or campaign teams, political candidates, the police, political sympathizers, election holding, and delinquent or a hitman. Friends and colleagues, even though it's only 3.3%, digital attacks are now very worrying practice in Indonesia. The form including doxings, de-doxings, fake order through the food delivery apps, and among numbers of digital attack, de-doxings hits media companies the hardest because they have to pay expensive digital security costs. Online anonymity means that it's never clear who the perpetrators of digital violence are. The police are often unable to find them and even seems reluctant to process report about this. Indonesia Press Councils that was erected in 1998, just after 1 year after the step down of Suharto, the non-democratic president, is tasked with the providing protection to the press. Organizationally, the Indonesia Press Council is independent because it is not responsible to the government. Members of the press councils are appointed by the president, but not responsible to the president. Press councils is a self-regulatory body. The press council is responsible to its constitution, both journalist organization and publisher organization, And the members of and the chairmen of the press council are selected by selection committee appointed by the Constitution. Protection of journalists by press council is carrying out in a number of ways. The first one is press councils act as a mediators if there is a reporting dispute between the public and the journalists. The press council impose ethical sanction on the journalist who is violated ethics. In this way, criminalization can be prevented. In some cases, criminalization still occurs even though it's frequently can be reduced. The second one is the press council have an arrangement with the police. If a journalist is reported from public to the police, the police cannot proceed the report and must hand it over to the press councils. If the press council declare that the case is a case of violation of the press ethic, the case will be handled by the press council, but if not, it is handled by the police. In the field, violence against journalism is still occur. Give me 2 minutes to explore 2 cases, a very big one. The first one is the journalist in East Java named Nur Hadi was persecuted while reporting on tax corruption involving an official. He was held captive, his cell phone was confiscated. The press council defended him, and 2 police officers who committed the violence were tried and sentenced. Initially, they were not penalized, but eventually both of them were imprisoned after the press council and a number of press council constituents protested. The second one is Diananta. Diananta is a journalist from South Borneo who was sentenced 3.5 months for allegedly spreading inflammatory news. The case has been ethically decided by the press councils, but the police still processing it criminally. The fault lies on the media company where Diananta works. They denied Diananta as a part of their journalistic work. As a result, Diananta journalist work is deemed illegal. Friends and colleagues, last passage from me is, I believe that no regime want the freedom of the press if their freedom detrimental to their interests. Freedom of the press is not one-way ticket that takes press freedom from the situation of not being independent to the situation of being independent. Any regime, I believe, could bring the press back to the state of without independence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me now ask each of you, only 1 minute each of you. We have a wonderful panel with representatives from civil society and representatives from multilateral organizations. And we always, and I'm part of that as well, we always say that there is more to be done. And you, Ambassador, you correctly said that as well. So my question to each of you, if you can respond in 1 minute, considering that we are at the Organization of American States, this is organized by UNESCO. We have the presence of the rapporteurships of freedom of expression at the Inter-American system as well as the UN. So what is that else to be done? What do we have to do in order to protect more the journalists, in order to make sure that we can at least start to stop the killing and the attacks against journalists? What can be done at the multilateral level or at the local level or at civil society? So who wants to start? 1 minute each.
I think in this regard, Ukraine for me is a very interesting case because you mentioned how many media organizations were supported. And exactly because of that, we have thousands of media operating in Ukraine and maintaining the Ukrainian democracy, which is the only way to defend itself from the foreign aggression. Because a few days of the otherwise, if Ukraine wouldn't defend itself in a military way, I was called to be, and work in exile. If this democratic country wasn't able to do what it does, we probably would speak about the Ukrainian journalists as, unfortunately, our colleagues from Afghanistan, sitting in DC speaking about how bad are the things there. Or like today, there is a general call why Ukraine is now still defending itself in the military way, not giving up. I would say otherwise I would need accept that I need to go to occupation, and you would speak about me about the political prisoners as about thousands of other Ukrainian journalists. So I think in this regard we clearly understand that democracy itself, the functioning democracy, are the way to defend journalism. And if they are, for instance, in case of Ukraine, any not just condemnation, but strong stance about what the Russian state is doing against freedom of speech, not in Ukraine, but in Ukraine, in Crimea, in parts of Ukraine which are occupied, but also in its region, is really the major threat, physical threat for thousands, and it makes impossible journalism at all in all these countries. And there is a starting point. All the rest is secondary.
Natalia, who you want to go next? Go.
Patience. Yeah, the promotion for diversity, inclusivity, and democratic processes requires concerted effort from all of us. We must work together, whether it's government, civil society, media organizations, and the public. We must all need to create and look at it as an urgent action for us, creating an environment where women journalists, women politicians can freely and safely participate in politics and in journalism. So this is a call for all of us today to continue championing for a more democratic and more freer space for women globally.
Thank you. You want to go?
Thank you, Santiago. If I were to leave you with one thought today, it would be to support our call for an increase in the amount of development assistance. Resources allocated to development assistance. At this point in time, about 0.3% of global development assistance goes to the media sector. We are asking not for much, just to increase that possibly to 1%, because fundamentally, media that is vulnerable in terms of funding, in terms of support for legal reform, in terms of support for the protection of journalists, a media that is vulnerable will not be able to respond to the demands placed on it by society at large, especially in times of crisis, especially in times of elections.
Thank you. Who wants to start from that side? Gerardo.
So our missions have actually issued in these 9 countries several recommendations. And I'll mention some of the recommendations that we've issued. One is the creation of methodologies, uniform methodologies in public registries about violent attacks against journalism. We believe that studying the phenomena is a good idea to then provide solutions. Another one is to establish and reinforce mechanisms to protect journalists during electoral periods. And in this case, I just want to mention that one of our recommendations after the first round of the election in Ecuador was actually implemented before the second round, which was to regulate something that had been in the law but had not been applied because there was no secondary legislation. Third, guarantee that there is a correct coordination between the different state authorities involved in the protection of journalism, of journalists. Early warning systems is another thing that we've recommended. Also the elimination of, I would say, very subjective rules and regulations about things that can be offensive or against people's honorability and things like that that are used then to intimidate journalists legally, processing them. Last, I would say there needs to be some training also for candidates and some sensibilization of political parties and candidacies about the importance of freedom of speech and expression. And last, obviously the most important is that the crimes do not go unpunished, so that there is follow-up on the investigations, that they're exhaustive, and that there is no impunity for these crimes. Thank you.
Thank you. Ambassador?
Thank you very much. Briefly, I would say, one, we really need to ensure that all of these beautiful treaties, conventions, and instruments are ratified, domesticated, and implemented. Unfortunately, so far, despite the high number of ratification, they are only shelved and they are not really domesticated and implemented. So I think that is number one. Number two, we need to ensure that there is training programs and orientation programs at the national level on all of these treaties that are currently in place to promote and protect the human rights in general, but the rights of and the safety of journalists in particular. Number three, I think it is quite important that we really need to ensure that there is greater coordination and collaboration between all the mechanisms that are currently in existence, whether they are at the global level, regional level, or at the national level. Last but not least, and this is extremely important, journalism is a noble profession, and that's how it should be seen. Sharing information, accessing information is part of the measures that will ensure that this profession can do good to humanity. So therefore, attack on journalism should be seen as attack against humanity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Last minute, Arif.
I do agree that we have to protect journalism and media from violence that is did by outside. I mean, the government, the political parties, the military regime, and so on and so forth. But I would like to emphasize that we have to strengthen the media from within by talking very seriously about the business models. That's the real threat, in my opinion, in my country, and I believe in several other countries, that we have to talk about how to earn money, how to strengthen, and how to not go deep into bad quality journalism due to the model business that pointed that the traffic is everything. Thank you.
Thank you to all the panelists. Let me just briefly say that in the next panel, we were not able to cover as much as I wish the issue of violence against women journalists. In the next panel, I believe Pedro Vaca, the current rapporteur of freedom of expression of the Inter-American system, will cover that issue in more detail, because there are important cases decided in the Inter-American system precisely on that issue. With that, I'd like to thank you all for participating, and please, an applause for all of them.
Okay, thank you. We're gonna have a break. We were gonna have 15, but we're gonna have 5 minutes. If you can just go, take some water, say hi to your friends, your colleagues. You need to go to the restroom, but we'll be back in 5 minutes for the next panel. In the meantime, I would like to invite you to admire the cartoons of Pedro Molina, a Nicaraguan cartoonist who is a member of the Cartooning for Peace. We'll be projecting the cartoons in the screen here. 5 minutes. Hi everyone. Hey everyone. Let's start being seated again. We're gonna start again our last section for the morning. If, you know, everybody can start having your seats. Just enjoying the cartoon of Pedro Molina. It's amazing. He's an artist. So as everybody start coming in, please. We're gonna start. We are getting ready. Estamos listos para empezar.
Are we good to go?
Okay, are we ready? Okay, we're gonna start with the next session. I hope everybody can come in. The next session, I'm also, if you know, everybody can start sitting on front instead of being so spread out. If everybody can start coming and sitting closer to the stage, that would be helpful. Si todos por favor se pueden sentar cerca a la tarima sería mejor. Se pueden.
Kindly take your seats.
Okay, the next session is about combating impunity, obligations of the states, and the role of public officials in building trust in the media. And the moderator of that panel is Ruth Cronenberg, Executive Director of Free Press Unlimited. Welcome, thank you for joining the session today, and Ruth will be introducing the panelists today. Welcome.
Thank you so much.
One, two, three. Okay.
Yes, it's working. Where is everybody? I hope you enjoyed this short break. And I also hope that my panelists actually are returning from their coffee. Fantastic view, all these empty chairs. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm really honored to have this opportunity to take part in this year's commemoration. My name is Ruth Cronenberg. I'm the Executive Director of Free Press Unlimited. Free Press Unlimited is an international press freedom organization. We support media professionals, journalists, and independent media all around the world with the aim of defending everyone's right to independent, reliable, and timely information. Still a bit quiet. The topic of this discussion is the obligations of states and the rule of duty bearers. Very important, as Ms. Irene Khan already mentioned this morning, especially in building trust in the media. The proliferation of mis- and disinformation has undoubtedly contributed to a severe lack of trust in journalists and media. And it's enhanced by the negative rhetoric sometimes adopted by public officials and public figures, such as politicians. We have a set of very distinguished panelists today, and I would like to invite all of them to the stage. And I'll start with Honorable Neema Lungangira. She's a member of parliament in Tanzania, as well as chair of the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance. A very warm welcome. Secondly, I would like to call Ms. Zenana Burek. She's Executive Director of the Press and Online Media Council in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Hi, very nice to meet you. Please also join me in welcoming Mr. Guillermo Canella, Chief for Freedom of Expression and Safety of Journalists at UNESCO. Last but certainly not least, Mr. Pedro Vaca, Special Rapporteur for Freedom of Expression of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. Welcome. Before we start this relevant discussion, I would like to start the session with the testimony of Zenia Hernandez, Director of Fundación Democracia, Transparencia, Justicia in El Salvador. She has been targeted with spyware and continues to speak out about the threats she faces as a journalist. Please welcome Ms. Hernandez, who will give her testimony. Your floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I prefer to speak in Spanish with this testimony, so thank you.
Thank you as well for this conversation. It's an honor to be sharing this stage with you all on the International Day to end impunity for crime against journalists. The freedom of the press in El Salvador is going through one of the most critical moments in history. Every media outlet or journalist who is not in their editorial line, is not in agreement with the government or is independent thereof, is harassed and hounded, and we're even criminalized because of the job we do. For more than a year, up until yesterday, any story that had to do with public security was penalized, or had to do with the gangs. The Legislative Assembly decriminalized it, but during the regime, there has been criminalization of anybody who covers these topics. Additionally, Salvador has backslid in 2023 with regard to the world rating of freedom of the press. It's got 115th of the 100 and some odd countries that are ranked. This ranking, why has it dropped in the rankings for freedom of the press for the second year in a row? It has fallen several places because there are attacks, threats of journalists, there's cyberbullying, there's tracking, following, and arbitrary dealings with them, confiscation of equipment, hacking, interfering with their personal messaging, hate speech from public officials, institutional harassment, using the entire state apparatus to intimidate the press, and lack of information and criminalization since only in 2023, as of September, according to the report from the Association of Salvadorian, there's 270 assaults against journalists that have been reporting in 2022. There were 140 47, 2021 there was 229. Over these 3 years in El Salvador, the last 3 years, and one of the consequences is in 2023, there were 4 departures from the country for preventive reasons of journalists. There were 2 forced displacements internally within the country. In other words, because they were doing their job as journalists in El Salvador, these people can no longer continue to live where they were located within the country. And I think that the most consequential thing that we should focus on, and it's been mentioned in previous panels, is how it's mostly affecting women journalists, these assaults and attacks. It usually is swept under the rug and rendered invisible because it's widespread, the idea that just because they're journalists they suffer, but often these actions against women go well beyond that. Intimidation and threats of their safety, their own safety, even letting them know that we know where you live or that they can be raped. And so that's how serious the situation is, how dire it is for women. The role of public officials, okay, unfortunately in El Salvador there's ongoing hostility from public officials towards Salvadoran journalists. They forget that their position should be one of generating trust in the media and not generating discrediting the job done by journalists to avoid what public officials do has been done in systematic fashion. There's been things that when a media outlet or journalist, when they publish a story that may be quite unflattering to the government or some state institution, what this triggers are actions, trolling on the social networks, and people who are of the same mind of the government begin to question and attack the journalists themselves that reported this. And officials from different state institutions start to attack the journalists and their media outlet, and then later on, even the President of the Republic engages in this, and that this is not just isolated or occasional. Whenever there's any story or any editorial line, anything in the media from this is what happens. And it doesn't matter what the impact of the story is, this can go to the president and he takes such actions. And so to accept such a life by journalists, these assaults and the crime that is being committed against us, there's 3 particular cases that allow me to mention them because they've been memorialized in reports and they're of public knowledge. Because of the digital harassment of Brian Aguilar, the Association of Journalists mentioned it, and an official, a public official, linked him supposedly to gangs, that he was a member of a gang, and then it was to such an extent that it had an impact on his honor and his integrity. He had to exit for temporarily the country with Victor Barahona, a community journalist. He had to remain out. He remained arbitrarily in custody. And just in May, he was released. And because he made statements and just for commenting on what was happening within where he was held arbitrarily, by reporting that, once again, his measure, he had to pay a bond to be able to be out on released. And the condition was he can't say anything about what happened to him in the jail or anything else with regard to photojournalists and from other media outlets in El Salvador. We're also covering the state of exception. They also were briefly detained by the law enforcement bodies of the state, and they attacked journalists often. The other case is one of the media outlets of El Salvador had to move outside of the country because of the institutional harassment that they were the targets of. And they were accused of engaging in money laundering when it wasn't the case. And impunity in El Salvador continues. The ambassador mentioned that in El Salvador, countries that were murdered, there has been no justice for them, but also, as we've seen with other cases like in Pegaso, in El Salvador, there's been no progress in investigations into these cases. Even the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights requested and urged the state to conduct an impartial investigation. There's been no progress, but impunity. Not only is there impunity in this, but in the weak institutional framework in place, there's no protection for journalists. To the extent that the law of protection for journalism that were built by the civil society organizations had put together, it was not entertained by the Congress, much less passed. And so things can become more serious because in this February we're going to have elections and the institutional framework is completely co-opted by the government. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Xenia Hernandez. So we will start now with the first round of questions for our distinguished panelists. We will follow the so-called flash talk format, which means that I will open the floor for a question and the panelists are obliged to give a short reply. Let's start, and afterwards I hope we still have some time for questions, both on and offline. Let me start with Honorable Nima Lungangira. Amongst others, you work towards digital inclusion in your home country, Tanzania, with a specific focus on tackling gendered online violence and promoting a safe online environment. What would you say are the main challenges that you have observed to achieving these goals, and where do you see the role of public institutions, particular parliaments, in bringing about a more inclusive online space? The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, as introduced, I'm Nema Lugangira, Member of Parliament from Tanzania. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to UNESCO for extending this invitation and having me here. As mentioned, one of the biggest challenges that we face today is online abuse on women in politics, but it's also relevant for women in journalism. And the biggest challenges that there are is in several folds. The first one is freedom of expression. When we talk about freedom of expression, we tend to just talk about one side of freedom of expression. And over time, there's been a huge tendency of a group of people using their freedom of expression and limiting others to use their own freedom of expression by being abusive under the blanket that it's being critical or criticism. And that is something that we face a lot as women in politics. You find that someone comes down on you with so many kinds of abuse, and when you react, they say that politicians don't want to be criticized. So I think it's very important to define clearly what is freedom of expression and what is acceptable as freedom of expression and what is not acceptable as freedom of expression. And then the other key issue is the main issue of profiling. The way in which media profiles women in politics, the way in which when media are reporting on issues of women in politics, that also paves way for abuse. You find that, for example, I could be speaking in a public space, speaking very, concrete issues, but the media would pick a photo that maybe shows my bra or shows more of my skin. Maybe while talking, the dress moved or something, and they will pick that photo to use in their media reporting. Naturally, they pick what they think will sell, or they would choose a headline that will sell. And by doing so, that automatically paves way for abuse on women in politics. So you find that at the moment, the relationship between media and particularly women in politics, it's as if it's us versus them. Oftentimes when we are called to media, let's say for interviews, in the middle of the interview, someone will ask you, excuse me, Honorable, how are you coping with house chores, house responsibilities, taking care of the husband, the kids, and your work? So when you react to that question, no matter what you had said in maybe an hour interview, they would pick that part, how you reacted to that question. But they don't do the same to our male counterparts. So there are times in which, yes, as media people, we may feel that we're being victimized, but it's also important to recognize what role are we also playing in the other group also, becoming victims of different sorts. And then finally, what I would like to say is I feel that issues that women journalism go through are similar to what women in politics go through. So instead of us not working together, instead of it being us versus them, I think there's so much power in us working together. And this is something I think very recently, about 3 weeks ago, we organized a joint webinar with UNESCO and brought together women MPs from 5 African countries and women journalists. And we could see the similarities. But because we're not working together, so us as women in politics feel that journalists and medias are just out there to get us and profile us in the way in which we'll sell. And then on the other hand, women in journalists go through a lot of gender-based violences and issues that we as politicians can work on by working on the laws and having different kinds of reforms. So I think one of the key outputs perhaps of this year's event can be to find ways in which we can bridge the gap between women journalists and women in politics, and let us work together to strengthen the environment. And finally, one of the speakers in the last session spoke about the importance of law reforms. If parliamentarians, politicians are not adequately engaged, how are we going to be able to make those law reforms? So this again echoes the importance of us working together. Thank you.
Very well said. Thank you very much. My next question is for Mr. Guillermo Canella. I think we can all agree that public officials do not have a neutral role when it comes to building trust in media and even further to actually protecting journalist safety. Public speech can be a double-edged sword. The discourse of public authorities can help prevent violence against journalists and contribute to building trust, but at the same time, public rhetoric can create or enhance distrust in journalists. Could you kindly delve into the relationship between the discourse of action by public officials and the safety of journalists?
No. Well, first, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. A pleasure to be here in this discussion, although when we are having the International Day to End Impunity in Crimes Against Journalists, is always this double sentiment that is very good to meet you all so that we can discuss next policies together. But for these very sad stories, we shouldn't be here anymore, right? But we are still doing this. And we need always to be very careful ourselves if we don't naturalize these kind of situations, we that are dealing with these things for so many years. So we always need to start saying that we should not have this day anymore, but still here we are. You saw by the testimony from El Salvador how this always starts by the symbolic speech of the leaders. The first thing you need to do to attack human rights is to dehumanize people, to dehumanize your interlocutor. And what is happening in the attacks against journalists in the many last years is precisely that. How you create a distrust that journalism and journalists are essential elements of our democratic institutions. So when you start doing that, you create the ideal environment for or changing laws that are against freedom of expression and press freedom. So the political leaders, but not only the political leaders, the religious leaders, the celebrities, they have the duty to make, in the public sphere, to make very clear that journalists and journalism are essential institutions for our democracies. When they go the other way around, the first consequence, of course, is creating mistrust. And when you create mistrust in the journalism, you have bad consequences for several other things, including the combat of disinformation and misinformation, how we can hold fair and free elections, and so on and so forth. But our data is suggesting, when we are, for instance, looking into the violence against journalists covering protests, that this public speech against journalists is generating actual violence against them. Against women journalists and women parliamentarians, as my honorable friend has said, it starts as an online violence, quite often related to this public discourse against women journalists or against women parliamentarians, to this case. But our data is showing that it does not remain in the online sphere only, although this is already very bad. No? It goes to the physical world. So we need to really come back and pay attention, for instance, in the jurisprudence of the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, who has repeatedly said that public authorities have the duty to not engage in these kind of narratives. On the contrary, their duty is to underline and emphasize the importance of journalism and journalists to our societies, which does not mean that specific pieces of content that journalists produce can't be criticized in a constructive way, as it's part of the public debate. But let's not make no mistake here. We are not talking about that everything journalists produced is untouchable. It's not about this. We are talking about a narrative to deconstruct the importance of journalism for our societies. And this is, as you heard this morning, and I finish it with this, considering that in next year we are having this super elections year, where it's more the tensions between political leaders, political parties, and those doing the coverage of this process increase, if we keep this story of these very detrimental narratives against journalism, we will see, unfortunately, even worse data than those UNESCO is launching today. So to finish, we are really, as UNESCO, doing a global call this November the 2nd, that all the leaders, political leaders, but as I said, religious leaders and celebrities, they need to stop this narrative against journalism.
Thank you so much, Mr. Canella, and very rightful so. And my next question is for Mr. Pedro Vaca. Hi. We're currently living in a context of growing attacks like Guillermo already pictured, against journalists and freedom of expression. Also including the resort by public officials and public figures. It's all because they want to silence the work of journalists and journalists themselves. What can you perhaps picture for us the key trends and challenges identified within this framework of the Inter-American human rights system regarding this increased resort to judicial harassment?
Unfortunately, there's no sound into the booth. The interpreter will wait until the microphone is activated to interpret. Again, there is no sound into the booth. The microphone is not is not transmitting any sound into the interpreter's booth, so the booth will be closed until further time.
I just heard that the interpreters actually cannot do their work due to lack of sound, so
it is silent in the booth. It has been from the very beginning. When he began to speak, there's been no sound in the booth.
So the non-Spanish people were not able to hear.
Now we have his sound. He should start over. Please ask him to start over. Gladly. I'll gladly say. I was mentioning that here in this room, there's several people that could answer this question. And Janet Bedoyo would be one. But I wanted to draw a contrast with, even though there's journalists and family members of journalists who, with regard to justice and impunity, when on that subject, it's just surprising that there's extremely quick judiciaries to prosecute journalists, but the other way around, no. And so we're talking about a place where people who are exercising freedom of expression on behalf of the from prison or near prison went with such a tense atmosphere when they come out, when they want to engage in freedom of asserting freedom of expression. This reflects the lack of rule of law and freedom of expression. There's sort of a betrayal of political leadership. The political leadership comes into power and then takes and watches out for its own space, but doesn't let others speak or exercise this right. And so little by little, people who work their way up to being in power, they come in, and even journalists they don't let speak, much less their opposition. And so for there to be checks and balances, how can we have political parties that are actually facilitating this and reward media people for doing this? Well, there's no reprimand to governments that take these actions against the press. And this ends up being something that has an impact on trust in the judiciary, to be a check on governments or spokespersons that are really causing undermining this space. And so there's something that's even more dire, is that society is starting to consider it normal. It's starting to engage in this, and it's disturbing for the future of our societies that our community considers propaganda good, and that journalism is on the wrong side. That's at the crux of the issue. And that brings me specifically to something. So from my rapporteurship, I usually talk about politicians that stigmatize, but I want to take advantage of the representatives of Chile being here. This has not been reported at this time by any president. No stigmatizing statements. There's been invitations to consider the press as sort of scrutinizing power and then but we're on time still. We can recognize this. I'm not saying that Chile doesn't have problems, but they have been doing something. And there's got to be engagement and dialogue about this. So I believe that it's very important to get back to the pillars of democracy, to go back to the controversy. The differences in press plays a fundamental role in this regard.
Thank you so much, Pedro. It's very good to highlight also some of the positive things that's happening. Then I would like to turn to Ms. Zenana Burek. Ms. Burek, you're the Executive Director of the Press and Online Media Council in Bosnia. Self-regulation mechanisms can play actually a very good role in strengthening media accountability, increasing media good governance, building trust in media. And from your point of view, embodying such one of those bodies, how can regulatory mechanism can contribute to promoting a safer and free media environment for the exercise of journalism?
Thank you, Ruth. So we are trying, but you will hear now what is going on in Bosnia and Herzegovina. As we talk about using public speech in order to increase or decrease the safety of journalists, I will say it right at the beginning that the main generators of hate speech in Bosnia and Herzegovina are politicians and public officials. At the same time, they are loudest in spreading mistrust in the media, verbal attacks on journalists, and more often they openly express their displeasure with the reporting of media that do not report as they would like. So, when it comes to self-regulation of print and online media, it can be a powerful tool in media protection, but under certain conditions. Self-regulatory mechanism can play a significant role in promoting a safer and free media environment for the exercise of journalism. These mechanisms can help ensure that journalism remains ethical, responsible, while also protecting journalists and media organizations from external pressures that may hinder their ability to report truthfully and without a fear. Self-regulatory bodies are developing and work on promotion of ethical code that set professional standards for journalists. These codes often include guidelines for accuracy, fairness, and transparency in reporting, which can help maintain the integrity of journalism. Through self-regulatory mechanism, media outlets may become less harmed to external pressures from political or commercial interests. Journalists and media organizations can uphold their independence and resist censorship or manipulation. While self-regulatory mechanisms can contribute to a safer and free media environment, they are most effective when they work in conjunction with the legal frameworks that protect freedom of the press and the rights of journalists. The combination of self-regulation and legal safeguards can create a robust and balanced environment that supports responsible journalism while safeguarding press freedom, which is not the situation in Bosnia and Herzegovina right now. At this place today, I must point out the great violation of freedom of expression that is currently happening in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Namely, government of the Republic of Srpska initiated the adoption of 3 very restrictive laws. A law criminalizing defamation has already been adopted, which means that journalists and those who speak for the media can be criminally responsible for everything they write. And it does not suit our authorities because the law, among other things, believe it or not, also criminalizes the truth. In addition, according to the Russian model, the law on the register of non-governmental organization and the designation of people who work for NGOs as foreign agents is being adopted. Third, the media law aims to leave the decision of who can be a media to the government and who the items is to prohibit non-governmental organizations from being media owners. Milorad Dodik, on whose orders the government acted, is a man blacklisted by the United States of America for corruption. Although these laws are passed in the Republic of Srpska, they will have an impact and consequences for the whole of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Our fear is that this will shut down many young and independent investigative media outlets. Also, many journalists will give up this honorable job due to fear of criminal prosecution, especially young journalists. This is why self-regulation is very important in B&H at the moment, because it is easier to fight for the media and media freedoms when they have a high level of ethical reporting standards.
Thank you so much. That's a gruesome outlook. Now we're actually about to start the second round of these flash talks. Mr. Vaca, can I start this time with you? When it comes to the full exercise of freedom of expression and particularly press freedom, it's usually said that the obligations of states and duty bearers must go beyond not just interfering, but actually, on the contrary, international human rights law requires that states comply with certain positive obligations to guarantee the effective exercise of these fundamental rights. What positive measures or protections should be adopted by states, to your opinion, or by duty bearers, to ensure that journalists can still report the news in a professional way? Is it Spanish?
In Spanish.
Sorry, Spanish.
Bueno, creo que el derecho a la libertad de expresión.
I think the right to freedom of expression has been generated from a negative position to start out with. And I think that it is and remains a fundamental tenet that that right to disagree be maintained. Now, back when international agreements that included the right to freedom of expression were first drafted, the focus was perhaps slightly different. The flow of democracy in some places is not so great. And in some instances, rather than being a flowing river, is become a little bit of a trickle. And what constitutes journalism, or the capacity for journalism, is very much a case for polemic. Now, I think this is a question that democracy itself has to ask itself, not just a gathering of journalists such as we are. And I don't doubt that the state should have some role in ensuring the stability and, frankly, the future of journalism. Now, in a situation in which confusion can so often reign, I am very much convinced that there has never been more noise, let me put it that broadly, in the area of journalism. And in order to handle that, in order to focus on the information one truly needs, means, I believe, to have a great deal of skill on the part of our societies. And people talk about digital literacy and media literacy, but more remains to be done. There are growing challenges, and above the question of prevention and impunity that I touched on in my earlier statement, we need to ask ourselves how journalism as a method and as a worthy target can be better understood by a society, a democratic society, so that the public doesn't fall into the temptation of a quick and too often misleading a bit of information. Thank you.
My next question is for Ms. Zenana Burek. Again, yeah, sorry. The Online Media Council has recently worked to align the standards of the media profession and the challenges that transposed by the digital age. And within the framework of this work, what would you say were the main challenges or on threats you have identified in this context?
So, in general, there are several key challenges and threats that can impact trust in media and journalists. One of them is the rapid spread of disinformation and fake news on digital platforms that can undermine trust in media. Consumers often find it difficult to distinguish between credible news sources and false or misleading information. The digital age has brought about an abundance of information, making it challenging for audiences to sift through and assess the credibility of sources. This overload can lead to skepticism and a decreased trust in media. Cyber attacks on media organizations also can compromise the integrity and security of their digital platforms. Journalists in the digital age often face online harassment, threats, and intimidation. This can deter journalists from reporting on sensitive topics and lead to self-censorship. impacting the quality and trustworthiness of journalism. So what we can do sounds easy. Apply ethical reporting standards, and once more, work on ethical media reporting. Media must invest and work on their own fact-checking mechanism and accuracy in reporting. Bosnia and Herzegovina have about 3 million citizens and has 700 portals, and that number is growing every day. Only 27% of the media have a complete impressum. Before every election, a huge number of new portals appear. They are mainly established by politicians and political parties. Slanderous articles full of hate of speech are published on these portals, which cause enormous damage to the media community. In addition, Bosnia and Herzegovina does not have a register of print and online media and does not have a legal framework such as law on media or a law on transparent ownership in the media. The Press Council is in fact the only body that is currently responsible for online media, and it is not a regulatory body but a self-regulatory body. This is why we have improved the code for the print and online media in order to establish rules of conduct that will help professional media and readers to see the difference between them and the internet content that harms society by impersonating the media. The Press Council added 8 completely new articles of the code that primarily refer to the use of information technologies, wanting to point out the professional, civilized, and human use of technologies. We also introduced disinformation into the code, which is increasingly common occurrence in the media with the aim of spreading panic and confusion. We also mentioned the incompatibility of the journalistic profession with some other activities, especially in the political sphere, and that the journalist has the right to refuse some of the tasks if contradicts his beliefs. In addition, I think it's very important to fight against disinformation, but not in the way of a fact-checking mechanism only for Facebook. We must put fact-checking in the first place for every text published by a media that calls itself professional. This will reduce the spread of disinformation and protect citizens, media freedoms, and citizens' this honorable journalistic profession. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very clear. I would like to turn to Honorable Ms. Lugangira. You just gave me a special request about the integrity and the electional media, but we did touch upon elections in the previous panel. You want to mention something about the integrity, right? Oh, well, just please respond otherwise. What can be done to the integrity, to increase the integrity of the media, to your point of view?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Firstly, I think it's very important I've heard a lot of speakers mentioning that a lot of the issues that media faces is also subjected by politicians. But I would like to also reaffirm that it's important for media to make sure that we can package ourselves as a key partner and ally to politicians. Like myself as a member of parliament, it's important to have media for my own work in the sense of advancing my work, getting the citizens that I'm representing to be able to see the type of work that I'm doing, the impact that I'm making. And today's world with social media, it has made that easier for ourselves as politicians to advance and to communicate with our citizens. However, I'm seeing more and more mainstream media trying to play catch up with the speed of social media, which then leads to the misinformation, disinformation challenges, because these days you find that social media is becoming like source of information for mainstream media. So they're forgetting to do the fact-checking, even sometimes skipping their own ethics of media work, just so that they can beat the race of breaking news. And this leads to sometimes the lack of credibility and trust. And of course, when that happens, ourselves as politicians and capitalize on it, showing that media are not being honest, they're producing fake news, misinformation, but it's only because of that rush of social media. So I think it's important, much as there's competition with social media, as media personnel, journalists, we shouldn't lose that ethic and fundamentals of our work. And then finally, when it comes to election, I think it's very important during election for citizens and public to be able to get access of information during election. And I can commend that I know through the Africa Union and the Association of Election Observers in Africa, they've actually developed a guideline for digital and social media in elections. And I was fortunate to participate in that process. So this goes to show that even election management bodies also have to start looking at the issue of social media in elections, digital in election, and this is where also media and journalists can come into play. But finally, for elections to also, for us to strengthen the integrity of elections, we need more politicians to be online. And at the moment, because of the current environment, women in politics and who are online, the number is very minimal because of the online abuse. So we need to look at acts, we need to look at political parties' acts, we need to look at election acts and see how can all of these things incorporate conditions and clauses that will strengthen the election integrity. Finally, political will. In Tanzania, currently through Her Excellency President Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, she has made strategic and targeted efforts to strengthen the freedom of expression and freedom of media by having reforms of different laws. And this year's World Press Freedom Day was actually commemorated in Tanzania. So that goes to show that the importance also of political will from the highest level of the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My last question is then for you, Pierre. Within the framework of UNESCO's work as a coordinator of the UN Plan of Actions on the Safety of Journalists and the issue of impunity, UNESCO has sought to foster dialogue and mobilize all relevant stakeholders, including duty bearers, with the aim of creating a free and safe environment for journalists and media to thrive. What can stakeholders do to increase commitment of duty bearers to building more trust in the media?
Thank you. So, I mean, of course, there are many stakeholders that are relevant among the duty bearers to make this happen, right? This study we are launching today about the safety of journalists during elections, you saw the numbers, 42% of the attacks during elections against journalists are perpetrated by police forces, by law enforcement. Precisely those that should protect the journalists and others in this process. Then when we see a number like that, we can take the view that those actors, in this case police forces, they have a preempt idea of attacking journalists, or we can assume that there is a lot of misunderstanding, lack of knowledge, lack of capacity building to deal with this, and bet our horses in bridging those gaps. So as we speak, in the Democratic Republic of Congo, UNESCO is promoting a football match between police forces and journalists. And this idea came from them in a previous training. They said, look, it's the first time in history, when we did the training, I guess last year, that we are talking to each other. And then we asked them, so what do you think we should promote more? And then they started a process that police people started visiting newsrooms The journalists started visiting the police stations, not to cover a crime, but to understand the functioning of police. And then they decided to start some football matches between them, solving their differences in a more creative way. And when we are training police, and I'm giving this example, but we could do a similar reasoning for our training for judges and for prosecutors and for parliamentarians and others. When we are training police, one of the highlights of those trainings is what we call changes of roles. So we invite the journalists to play the role of police in containing a manifestation, and the police to play the roles of journalists. Believe me, I have been in several of these trainings. It's absolutely mind-blowing when they need to understand what is happening with the other. So what is my point here is that, of course, in many countries, there is a decision of someone to censor freedom of expression, to attack the journalists. But in many, many situations, it's a lack of knowledge, it's a lack of understanding, it's a lack of dialogue. And we need to invest in this part as well. We need to invest in those that are open to it. And I finish to say that in this case, I think there are good news. In these 10 years of the UNESCO Judges Initiative, we have engaged 36,000 judges and prosecutors from 160 countries, which means that there are judges and prosecutors out there interested in understanding better how to deal with freedom of expression and safety of journalists. We have engaged 11,500 police forces in this kind of discussion. So I know that the scenario we all agree is very pessimistic, but at the same time we need to look that there are several of those duty bearers out there that are interested in this conversation, and it's our duty to engage more of them in our own environments like this one. So that's why we are so happy to have the President of the African Court of Human Rights in this room for making this discussion. We have Judge Cepeda from the high-level legal panel here also to make this discussion, but we also have parliamentarians interested in connecting with us. So this should be the way forward, because the challenge is so complex that if we don't see, as Nima was saying, how we build alliance, and this is the entire, and I finish with that, this is the entire logic of the UN Plan of Action. It's not about UNESCO tackling this issue alone. It's about how we all collectively tackle this issue, and we need to include more and more actors in this discussion. Thank you.
Much, Guillermo. I'm curious, who won the football match?
Well,
maybe it doesn't matter.
Let me ask my colleagues in DRC. I don't know if the match already finished, but the photos are incredible.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, it's true. We're almost at the end of the session. There should be more cooperation. Nima already started. Instead of being against each other, right, versus each other, but we should more cooperate together, media and politicians. And the same goes for media and duty bearers like police. And I know that there are also examples of getting together journalists and legal actors, and in that sense it also worked very well. You mentioned the self-regulatory bodies that can support and also build trust in the media. We touched also upon the lack of rule of law, especially when it comes on freedom of expression. And we also mentioned, well, it wasn't literally said, so that's my translation, we should not put profit over people when it comes to clickbaits. That is then more or less the end of this session. I want to thank my dear panelists very much for your very fantastic short answers. I know that the organization is very happy with that. But it was also a very interesting session. So thank you very much. And also to the audience. Sorry, we're running out of time. We don't have time for questions anymore. So thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, Ruth. Thank you, Ruth. Thank you, Ruth, for moderating. So we have now a short break, well, an hour, So you guys can go have some lunch. We'll see you back in an hour, which means at 2 p.m. Los veo en una hora para que puedan ir a almorzar.
Back at 2, so you can find a place to have lunch. There are a number of places nearby, but see you here at 2 p.m. in this room.
Bueno, la CIM tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgos. El primer ámbito tiene que ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda a las necesidades con las que fue creada, y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre el liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1000 mujeres con más de 15 ediciones, que es para candidatas electorales, en las cuales conversamos con ellas, pero también nos ponemos en una agenda de solidaridad y articulación y alianzas entre las mujeres, a pesar de las múltiples diferencias ideológicas o de partidos políticos. También hablamos de los temas de violencia política, porque no es lo mismo llegar que quedarse, y la violencia política es una forma de ejercicio de disciplinar a las mujeres para que vuelvan al mundo de lo privado y enfrentar la violencia, hacer buenas investigaciones, buenas leyes que permitan sancionar la violencia política. Es parte de las aspiraciones de la CIM en este programa de liderazgo de las mujeres. La aspiración histórica de las mujeres es estar en el mundo de lo público, que nuestro trabajo sea remunerado y que tenga un reconocimiento. COVID ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de las brechas existentes para el logro de este objetivo. Estas brechas existentes ahora dan cuenta de que podríamos tener un rezago de más de 2 décadas en el mundo laboral, que el cierre de brechas que se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 135 años para cerrar la brecha entre los hombres y las mujeres. Entonces, nuestro objetivo es que miren el derecho de las mujeres al empoderamiento económico, que el statement "quédate en casa", que es un viejo conocido del patriarcado, no sea que nos quedemos en casa siempre, y que entendamos que la inserción de la mitad de la población, de este talento humano que tiene una serie de ventajas competitivas, es necesario para el crecimiento económico. De manera que la CIM está colocando esta realidad, está colocando las necesidades de las mujeres y está haciendo unas recomendaciones de rutas para poder cumplir con el derecho al empoderamiento económico y con el crecimiento económico que requieren nuestras empobrecidas economías en tiempos de COVID.
Esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos, no podemos ser neutrales.
more than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
The COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to our member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3. Expanding multi-sectoral partnerships. The results achieved in 2020 demonstrate the resilience of our member states and the commitment of the OAS SETI to work with member states and partners towards our common goals in the development of our region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, the Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the ROE Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Center's program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SPDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Commission on Tourism, the CTOUR, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SETI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, or global level, is not enough. Effective, focused, and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
Greenspan, who is the president of the Inter-American Press Association, a press advocacy group representing major media organizations in Latin America and the Caribbean, an organization I know very much, very closely, does a tremendous work in the region. Michael is also in the board of the International Center for Journalists. So Michael, the floor is yours.
There we go. Welcome back from lunch. As Louis said, I'm Michael Greenspan, President of the InterAmerican Press Association. I'm also Global Head of Licensing and Print Innovation at the New York Times. IAPA is made up of more than 1,300 print, television, radio, and digital media, press associations, service providers, and individuals. We're very happy to be here today participating in this event because we have a shared objective: to promote press freedom and the protection of journalists around the world, and in particular to push for accountability against those who commit crimes against journalists. This session is unique in the sense that it showcases some of the innovative approaches to fighting impunity. As you may know, fighting impunity is one of the most complex and difficult tasks in promoting press freedom. UNESCO statistics indicate that for every 100 journalists, only 14 cases are resolved through the judicial process, putting the impunity rate at 86%. This is unacceptable, and it is incumbent upon all of us to find the ways and means, in particular through the three-pronged strategy of prevention, protection, and prosecution as prescribed in the UN Plan on Action on the Safety of Journalists to combat this problem. In a moment, we'll hear from representatives of some of the organizations that have devised innovative ways in fighting impunity, including memorials, innovative investigative reports, artistic representation, media campaigns, and symbolic trials, among others. They will be sharing with us what they are doing to keep the memory of killed journalists alive and pursue justice for their deaths. To discuss this topic are Evelyn Wickstra, Policy and Advocacy Director, Free Press Unlimited, Barbara Cochran, Fallen Journalist Memorial Foundation, Victor Coelho Munez, Pixel and Pixel, Saleh Marias Kwasi, Network of African Investigative Journalists and Editors, and Janith Bedoya, Colombian journalist from El Tiempo Colombia Memorial. But before inviting our distinguished panel to their seats, we will do two things. First, we will view a video in memory of two French journalists, Ghislaine Dupont and Claude Verlon, who were killed in Mali in 1993. Their killing was the basis for the creation of the International Day to End Impunity for Crimes Against Journalists by the United Nations, now commemorating its 10th anniversary. We will then hopefully hear a testimony from Hoang Safers, team leader of Cambodian female journalists, on the challenges women journalists face in doing their work in Cambodia. But first, to the video.
Il y a effectivement un problème pour les médias de traitement sur l'Afrique. Les médias se déplacent tous en même temps au moment d'une crise, au moment d'un bain de sang. Et ensuite, tout cela disparaît, l'Afrique disparaît des radars.
La carrière de Ghislaine commence en 1990. Très vite, elle devient une figure du service Afrique. Pour Ghislaine, il ne faut jamais s'arrêter aux évidences, il faut rencontrer toutes les parties. Reporter, enquêtrice, elle traite l'information du continent de l'Est à l'Ouest en passant par l'Afrique centrale où elle pose son micro durant une décennie.
Entreprendre un travail de titan pour répondre aux besoins. Ghislaine Dupont, Djouba, RFI. Ghislaine Dupont, Abidjan, RFI. Ghislaine Dupont, Kinshasa, RFI.
Infatigable tourmenteuse de président.
A tiresome challenger of president's rebels. Her reports are uncompromising. She paid a heavy price for it. Expelled from the Democratic Republic of Congo before the first round of the presidential election of 2006. A few years later, for the second time, she covers the legislative elections. Thank you for the support you have given me during these somewhat difficult periods. Do you love us? No, I don't like you at all. Arriving in 1982 at Radio France, Claude is not only the technician of reporting, Claude also listened with his heart. He listened closely before picking up sounds and knew how to position himself to be as close as possible to the subject, always smiling, with the right idea for the right sound material. When the broadcasting connection in Paris, he knew how to be patient and reassuring when it wasn't coming through. Even if the connection arrived with the news anchor was already beginning a live stream. With a lot of professionalism and a little magic, Claude found always the solution. Assassinated on November 2nd, 2013, the jihad group IACHR claimed responsibility for the kidnapping and the murders of the special envoys of RFI. In Paris and in Mali, demonstrations in tribute of Ghislaine and Claude grew. At Quai Branly, Laurent Fabius meets the families, colleagues, and friends and promises actions. France is determined to fight terrorism and do everything so that these criminals are identified, apprehended, and answer for the crimes. 4 years later, the same commitment is solemnly repeated. France is doing all that is possible to bring truth to light and capture the responsible heads of this crime. In France, the judicial investigation is obstructed by the French army's neutralization of suspects and by the fact that documents are still classified as secret defense. All these obstacles stand in the way of finding out the truth about the circumstances of their death. The battle of memory is there of the families of Ghislaine and Claude. It's impossible to mourn without the answers. Press conferences are organized in Paris, New York, Africa, to ensure that the crime perpetrated in Mali is not forgotten. Persevere to uncover the truth. Explore all avenues, exclude nothing. Many journalists and technicians on the African continent are taking part in this quest for the truth. After taking part, November 2nd marks the International Day to End Impunity for Crimes Against Journalists. 10 years after their commitment, the states are keeping their promise.
Heng Sampers, are you here? So, Ms. Sampers, as leader of female journalists in Cambodia, tell us about the unique challenges you face as a woman journalist and what a day like this means for you, your efforts in ensuring a safe working environment for your membership and women journalists everywhere.
Thank you. First, thank you, UNESCO, InterAmerican Commission on Human Rights, the Office of the Special Rapporteur for Freedom of Expression, and the Secretary General of the Organization of American States of making this event possible. And good afternoon, ladies, gentlemen, and Your Excellency, and honorable guests. I am honored to be here today to stand in front of you as a concerned citizen to voice of concern about media freedom in Cambodia. My name is Hong Sampos, a team leader of Cambodian female journalists in a group of female journalist network in Cambodia. In Cambodia, female represent among 52% of population. In 2021, the Ministry of Information reported that only 470 of female journalists, equal 9.4% among 50,000 journalists in Cambodia, including that women's voice were severely underrepresented in the media sector. Here are the challenges that we are facing as women journalists in Cambodia. There were three main concerns, such as safety security, lack of mechanism to promote female journalists, and limited capacity of knowledge of women journalists. First, safety security. Workplace harassment. For example, there were a case of Philippine female journalists who put complaint against the publisher of a newspaper in Cambodia. Online violence. For instance, a case of Mr. Pa Sokheng, Voice of Democracy reporter, who got online harassment from a social media influencer. Remember that the Voice of Democracy, VOD, the very few last independent media organizations were closing down through the order of the government this year. Personal safety. Through Cambodian Journalists Alliance Association survey with a group of female journalists in 2021 showed that women journalists are afraid to personal safety when they go into work on field at night. Lack of well-being support. Women journalists rarely receive well-being support. Second, lack of mechanism to protect women journalists. Lack of law or policy to support women in journalism. As seen, most of media newsrooms have not created policy to set quota for women journalists or policy against harassment. Lack of mechanisms such as no press union, no press council, press law is weak to promote women in journalism and without any term to protect them. Lack of internal policy or rule to support capacity to women journalists. Third, limited capacity of knowledge of women journalists. The reason of the limitation are social norm, discrimination, lack of training center, low income, lack of media and journalist school or university, lack of internal rule or policy to support capacity to women journalists, lack of female journalist capacity to network with outside journalist network. So, within the concern, here is why Cambodian female journalists is created, because we want to ensure a safe working environment for membership and female journalists in general. In addition, Cambodian female journalists was established to contribute to addressing challenges faced by female journalists in Cambodia through capacity development and providing peer support in order to enhance women participation in journalism and decision-making role. Our mission is to provide to female journalists the opportunity to build and develop their capacity to work professionally without harassment, without intimidation, to get decent pay, social protection, and more leadership role in journalism. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that inspiring testimony. Yes. I'll now invite the panelists to take their seats on stage. Anywhere.
Fill in, huh?
Yes. Wherever you want. Let me start with you, Evelyn. Last year, Free Press Unlimited and other press freedom advocacy organizations concluded what you called the People's Tribunal, which passed judgment in some cases of killed journalists. Tell us more about the People's Tribunal and how symbolic acts, such as trials without the force of law, can contribute to the fight against impunity.
Is it working? Yeah. Thank you so much. So yes, 4 years ago, we asked ourselves the question, as civil society actors, what role do we have when a journalist is murdered? And like the years before, as many press freedom organizations, we had been calling out for states to pursue justice in cases of murders of journalists. And this time we decided we need to do something experimental. And we developed a project called A Safer World for the Truth. And the strategy is that we investigate cold cases of journalist murders. So we actually look at what happened, what happened with the murder, but also what happened afterwards, what investigation took place. And also, was there any court case initiated after that? And I must say what we found is actually when we dig deep, so this is not a case of a week or a month where we look at these cases, but it's long term. So it's actually digging deeper into telling this whole story and getting a good idea of what happened and what should be improved. And what we found is actually that two things really matter. So developing this information position where you understand what happened in this murder and also what should be improved to prevent this from happening again. And the other one is actually teaming up with local organizations, local lawyers, and local investigative journalists, and creating a kind of group of people who care about this case, who will demand justice, and who also have these ties with the authorities to get cases reopened. And one of the examples we've done in total over the last 3 years, 17 cold case investigations in 16 different countries. And one of the last investigations that we've done was into the murder of Brazilian journalist Pedro Palma. And we actually found that working with this group of organizations and lawyers, and then the Brazilian government actually has an observatory for violence against journalists, and we could present the findings there together with our lawyer and actually get the first steps towards justice. So this has been a really conciliatory approach, where we try to engage the authorities to reopen a case, to actually achieve justice in that specific case. But actually what they also agree to is, in general, they will create and develop guidelines for investigating murders of journalists. So this has a wider meaning as well, apart from the case of Pedro Palma. Then a more, I would say, aggressive, confrontational approach is when we organized the People's Tribunal on the murder of journalists. And this was really to get, instead of like engaging with the authorities, it was really about naming and shaming to a certain degree. So we organized 5 case hearings. So it was actually like a court. And we tried to dig into 3 different murders in 3 different situations where the likeliness of justice is very low. So one of the cases that we looked into was the murder of Syrian journalist Nabil Asharbashi, who was tortured to death in an Assad prison. The other one was the murder of Lasantha Wickrematunge, a Sri Lankan journalist, very well known, who was killed by security forces. And the third was a Mexican journalist, Milo Vela, who was already mentioned today. And this was of course it was a symbolic tribunal. We couldn't really serve justice with the panel of judges. But it was very, I would say, meaningful to the families and to the colleagues of these journalists who were murdered, because they felt like they finally had their day in court. They could provide testimony. And we've heard back, even last week, we spoke to one of the daughters of Lasantha, and she told us how much it had meant to them that they actually had this day in court and the global attention to the case of her father's murder. So we saw also, actually, apart from this human value of the tribunal, that the case files that we assembled during the tribunal, we could actually convey them to a UN mechanism. But what we learned from this, and I think if you are thinking of organizing a tribunal, is that the case of the Mexico case that the hearing that we did was actually in Mexico, and I think that was very different from the two other cases, because it was crucial that for the first time the son and his daughter of Milo Vela spoke out about his murder, and this actually initiated a movement where other families also started to speak up about the murder of their relative. And in Mexico, you already had an institution that was FEATLE, so it was actually an institution you could go to, a special prosecutor for crimes against journalists, and they presented, the 11 families presented these cases to this prosecutor, and these cases are now being reopened. So you see that you actually go from a informal form of justice to a formal form of justice, and we felt that this has been really valuable to do, but we also feel that this more conciliatory approach, where you, in specific countries, there are authorities that you can engage, is also very important, and that's what we will be continuing to do in the following years. Thank you.
Thank you, Evelyn. Let me now turn to Barbara. You're the president of the Fallen Journalists Memorial Foundation, which plans to build a physical monument here in Washington in memory of killed journalists. Tell us more about your project, how memorials can represent memory and accountability for crimes committed against journalists.
Thank you. Thank you. Organizers for Thank you, and thank you so much to the organizers for bringing us all together to discuss this incredibly important topic. And this location is actually very key to the project that I'm involved with to build a memorial here in Washington. This building is sited on the National Mall, which is sometimes called America's front yard. It's the national park. It is a national park, and it is the most visited national park in the U.S., attracting some 25 to 30 million people every year. And if you are a first-time visitor to Washington, or if you've been here many times, you'll know that this mall is ringed with memorials that celebrate historic events, like commemorating wars and those who died in wars. It celebrates individuals who were very important in our history: Washington, Lincoln, Jefferson. But there is no monument until the one that we're working on becomes a reality. There is no monument to an idea, and that is the idea of freedom of the press. And in 2020, Congress authorized our foundation, the Fallen Journalists Memorial Foundation, to build a memorial in Washington that would commemorate America's commitment to freedom of the press by honoring journalists who've sacrificed their lives in service to that cause. That is the language of the law. And so we have a twofold purpose. We are honoring those journalists who died because they were pursuing the truth. And we are also honoring the idea of freedom of the press as a pillar of democracy. 2 years later, in 2022, Congress approved a request from the National Park Service to locate this monument in a very special area right adjacent to the National Mall. And we received that authorization at the end of 2022. And then in April of this year, we were authorized by the final regulatory agencies who decide on these things to build this memorial on the National Mall, 3 blocks from the U.S. Capitol, with a direct view of the Capitol Dome. This is so important at a time when journalists around the world are in such danger and the threats are rising everywhere. We believe it's essential to locate this memorial on the National Mall where it will be seen by millions of people. And to have this direct view of the US Capitol will vividly illustrate the connection between journalism and the symbols of democracy. We hope that visitors will appreciate the role of journalism as a pillar of democracy and the sacrifices that many journalists have made to do their jobs. Journalists, after all, are eyewitnesses to great events. They record and report on those events for posterity, and they hold the powerful accountable. Without journalists, citizens would not have the information they need to participate in our democracy. I want to tell you a little bit about the origins of the idea for the memorial. We certainly have heard today already about many journalists who've lost their lives in other countries around the world, and American journalists who've lost their lives covering international events. But we don't realize that journalists also lose their lives while doing their jobs here in the United States. And the greatest, most serious attack on American journalists occurred just 5 years ago, very near here in Annapolis, Maryland, in the newsroom of the Capital Gazette, which is one of the oldest newspapers in America. A gunman came into the newsroom there and killed 5 employees: Rob Hyacin, Gerald Fishman, John McNamara, Wendy Winters, and Rebecca Smith were all killed by this gunman. And that inspired former Congressman David Dreyer to think of how these journalists could be remembered. He had retired from Congress and was serving on the board of the Tribune Publishing, which publishes the Chicago Tribune and many other newspapers across the country, and which owned the Capital Gazette. And being a former congressman, he was well aware of the laws that that govern building of memorials. And he realized that there was no memorial anywhere in Washington to freedom of the press, to America's First Amendment, and that would commemorate the journalists who had lost their lives, often alongside the military people who were commemorated in the war memorials. So he formed the foundation and worked with former colleagues in Congress to pass the legislation authorizing our foundation to build the memorial. These 5 colleagues from the Capital Gazette and thousands of other journalists from the US and around the world will be honored by the memorial. The memorial itself will not have a list of names because the National Park Service has a rule to avoid the expense of having to add names, as we sadly would, to a memorial for journalists. And they also know that adding names would affect the integrity of the design. And so instead, this memorial's website will link to lists that have been compiled by the Freedom Forum, the Committee to Protect Journalists, and other organizations that have compiled lists of journalists who've lost their lives, and we will amplify these online by telling their stories. Now that we've secured the site, we're working on selecting a team to design and build the memorial, and we've invited more than 170 architects, designers, and artists to submit expressions of interest. 54 responded, and we've now narrowed that to a group of 12, and eventually we will narrow that even further until we make the final selection. Building a memorial in Washington is, as you might imagine, a highly regulated process. The Commemorative Works Act, which governs how memorials are approved and constructed, lists 24 steps between conceiving of the idea for a memorial and actually dedicating the memorial. Well, we're on step 13, so we have a ways to go. The memorial will be funded entirely from private money. No government funds will be used, and we think that's appropriate for the independence of the press. In fact, we have to raise not only 100% of the cost of construction, but another 10% for the National Park Service Maintenance Fund to cover the cost of maintaining the memorial after it is built. We have a goal of $50 million, which will cover the cost of building the physical memorial and creating a foundation endowment that will support the educational and programmatic activities that we want to engage in associated with the memorial. And so far, I'm very happy to tell you we have reached 44% towards our goal. Our ultimate goal is to dedicate the memorial in 2028 on the 10th anniversary of the assault on the Capitol Gazette. That's just 4.5 years from now. But by then, I look forward to welcoming you back to Washington to a memorial that will commemorate the fallen journalists of the world and educate and inspire the millions of visitors to Washington to appreciate the essential role of an independent press in fostering freedom throughout the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Barbara, and best wishes on your plans. Let us turn to something a little bit different this time. Victor, you represent a foreign profit organization, an advertising agency called Pixel and Pixel based in Spain. But recently you've worked with UNESCO to design 3 global media campaigns, putting a spotlight on promoting media freedom and fighting impunity. Can you tell us how we can be more creative in representing complex problems like fighting impunity through media campaigns? And given today's media landscape dominated by digital forms, what platforms are most effective?
Hello, okay. First of all, me gustaría agradecer a
I'd like to begin by expressing my thanks to UNESCO, thanks to which I am present with you and have the pleasure of sharing this panel with you. That said, and turning to the question, it is perfectly true that we're beginning by recognizing that this is a very complex notion to convey. Normally, ad agencies have a very short space of time to catch somebody's attention. You've got ads that last 30 seconds, so whatever you say has got to be catchy, has got to be informative. But it seems to me that at the end of the day, the goal should be to make sure that people end up understanding better why this is going on. We need to focus on why those journalists have been murdered. How have we treated their families? What were they trying to do? Trying to communicate better to the world, whatever cause mattered to them. It isn't just enough to say, this happened. We need to place it in context. Now, given that, I would go on to say that heaven knows people are deluged with communication. There's a veritable tsunami of news that hit us daily. You have influencers telling you practically how to dress, how to wear your hair or not, as the case may be. And so we have got to edge in somehow and catch those people's attention and get our message across. So it's easier said than done. All of that said, there is also the fact that our message is something that has got to be edged in. The media, let's not forget, are themselves the main victims of the problem. And it is ironic, to say the least, that presumably the media has the wherewithal to fight against this. There are lots of other sources of information that surely don't have those advantages. But in addition, in a world that is ever more polarized, ever more fractioned and fractious in the number of messages that are being conveyed, it is ironic, is it not, that we would end up virtually competing to have our message come through in a context in which there is almost a homogeneous approach. When you consider that all of the media of the world approach issues in the same way, it will certainly be a tall order to find something that will be received and noticed by the users. Who then are the players who can perhaps allow us to achieve greater visibility. And the question is, once we know what we want to communicate, how will we communicate? Thinking aloud in a way, it seems to us that maybe one of the best ways to focus on this issue is the so-called branded content. Inside job, or we could do this by a series of messages like white helmet. We should have the necessary time and space to be able to convey the message in a way that will be catchy, that people will notice and remember. We're thinking maybe of producing material that is not only eye-stopping visually, but that also from the standpoint of the rigor we apply to communicating facts is also noteworthy. At the beginning of this meeting, we looked at a video. That's a good example. But the bottom line is we've got to act as professionally as possible. Maybe, as you said, streaming, an HBO sort of thing, I don't know. That too might give us a little more visibility than we presently have, because many of the campaigns we all work on don't get that far, to be blunt. On the other hand, of course, you have the social media. 65% of the world has access to networks, to social networks, and we should also have ambassadors and have celebrities to represent us. Maybe if we all manage to hum the same tune, we will, in fact, get the message across so that people end up consuming what we have to say and remember it. By way of an anecdote, I think I was in, where was I? I was in the Jefferson Library, as Stan corrected. I thought it was Lincoln, the Jefferson Library. And I was looking at a fascinating exhibit with wonderful photography. You had good texts that accompanied the photo, but I was particularly moved once I finally was able to sit and watch a video. The video was explaining why those videos were important, how they had been put together. And that deeply moved me. And I thought, wow, think of the numbers of journalists who poured their passion, their information, and their talent into this. And I thought, well, that's what we've got to do when we want to communicate with the so-called mass media, the man and woman in the street. Everybody in this room knows the issue, but how can we convey it? And so we talk about the man or the woman in the street. Perhaps the solution or a possible strategy is the one that I have described might do the trick.
Thank you, Victor, for your perspective on fighting impunity. Soleil, you are part of an African network on investigative reporters and editors, and recently you've been working on investigative projects that include providing new angles into the investigations of killed journalists. Tell us about your most recent project and how investigative journalism can complement other efforts, such as prosecutions in solving complex murder of journalists.
Let me start by expressing gratitude to UNESCO, the Organization of American States, the InterAmerican Commission of Human Rights for inviting the network of African investigative reporters and editors to this very important tribute. We've been working on different investigative journalist projects, including investigation of killed journalists, cross-border, transnational investigative stories. And the last case of investigation of killed journalists we worked on was the Martinez Zogo case. Early this year, in January, the Cameroonian journalist Martinez Zogo, who was also the director of the Cameroonian radio station, Amplitude FM, was found dead on the outskirts of Yaoundé, which is the capital city of Cameroon. So his body reportedly showed sign of torture. His foot was broken, his tongue deformed, and his fingers had been cut off. So Martinez Ogo was murdered. He was investigating a huge corruption cases involving the elites, the ruling elite in Cameroon. So obviously the Network of African Investigative Reporter was among those who questioned the official narrative of the killing of Martinez Ogo. And we decided to launch our own Arizona project to dig deeper and deeper. So why the Arizona project? It's important to recall that in 1976, Don Bowles, a reporter of the Arizona Republic, was investigating the local mob when he was killed in a car bombing. And in response, dozens of reporters from across the US poured into the state to investigate his murder and continue his work under the direction of the recently formed media collective Investigative Reporters and Editor, also known as IRE. So the following years, they published a major story on organized crime, and their work came to be known as Arizona Project. So we too, at the Network of African Investigative Reporter, decided to launch our own Arizona Project for the Martinez Ogo cases. And the thing is the death of journalists is more rampant in Africa than anywhere else. So we said to ourselves, when some of our colleagues across Africa did something that is good, and then they were killed, when they do a formidable work and then they are killed, murdered, why not to take it upon ourselves to do the work and continue it? So this is some of the reason that led us to start an investigation for the case of Martinez Ogo in Cameroon. So despite the very challenges we were confronted with, we finally were able to put together a very detailed story that obviously was diametrically opposed to the official narrative of the killing of Martinez Ogo. And the story was a detailed story that actually complicated the official narrative of Martinez Ogo killing. Martinez Ogo was had actually been sacked into what we may call a Shakespearean presidential succession drama, so involving at least 3 warring factions, and one using this killing, this murder, to destroy different factions. So we wanted, with our own Arizona project, to amplify the message about press freedom, that killing a journalist does not kill the story. So the project at least succeeded in putting the Martinez Ogo cases on the map, before an international audience. Newspapers like The Guardian published a story, as did many other international newspapers, and across Africa, the story was front page in many countries. Why the international media outlets? This part is quite important because in Cameroon, the same applies to many African countries. We are in a situation where those in power are more interested in what is reported in international media than in domestic ones. So obviously we could replicate the Martinez Ogo case. We could replicate the Arizona project that we did with the Martinez Ogo case all over Africa, where many, let's say, journalists are killed and the murder go unnoticed because in most of the cases they are unreported. But we are very limited. We have very limited capacities, and what we need is support. And on this, I would like to thank again the Organization for American States, UNESCO, InterAmerican Commission for Human Rights. So we are actually committed journalists. NER is have been founded by 19 journalists from 14 African countries with the support of ZAM, Z-A-M, which is a media platform based in the Netherlands committed to support African journalists. We are willing to do more, so what we need is support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Soleil, for your courageous work. Last but not least, Jeanette is an investigative journalist. You've been abducted more than once and faced life-threatening situations. You have soldiered on and won international awards for your extraordinary courage in the face of danger. Some of your colleagues have not been able to make it, and you plan to build a memorial for them. Tell us, what is the significance of courage in the pursuit of justice, and what are its limits?
We don't have sound in the booth. There's no sound in the booth with that microphone. So there, let's see if it comes through. I don't think that one doesn't have sound either. Perhaps the microphone, that one. No, none of them do. One of them, yes. Now we have sound. I'm going to speak in Spanish, but first, I'd like to show you three faces, because there's many ways of dying. Many colleagues have been physically killed, but many are dead in life. These three ladies, we hope to see them released, free, very soon. The Iranian government is holding them in custody. One of them has just been given the Nobel Peace Prize. She was awarded it, and they're in very trying situations of custody, and because they're women, more so, and so that's why we hope to see them free soon. I am not a publicist. I'm not a public relations expert. I don't head a big organization. I'm a survivor who's performing. While I was performing my job, I was abducted, I was tortured, and I was raped. I was killed in life. And I had to put up with that, and to be able to continue as a journalist, I had to take that, and it was so tough. It was the most tough thing of remaining alive, is to seek justice, and it's great to remember on November 2nd, today, to recall it, when 90% of the cases of journalists remain unpunished. Now, with the support in Colombia of the Foundation for Freedom of the Press, I decided to begin to start my journey of reclaiming my rights. I began with the InterAmerican Commission on Human Rights, and exactly 2 years ago, the Inter-American Court of Human Rights convicted the Colombian state, my country, for what happened on that fateful 26th of May, 2000. When the attorneys told me, asked me what I was going to request as reparation, what was I going to demand from the court to be granted, and the first thing I said is for the jail where I was held in custody, where I was held abducted, and it should be turned into a memorial, a grand memorial. That is 6,000. Those 6,000 inmates that were there were relocated, and we were able to create a memorial about what had taken place there. I wasn't successful at closing down that facility, but the Inter-American Court accepted and ordered the Colombian state to create a center for memory and investigation for women victims of sexual violence like myself, and for journalists, men and women. I believe that in the end, to be able to have something so concrete and tangible where the investigation is mentioned, where we preserve the memory of those who have been impacted, is the best legacy that could be left behind. Because today I'm here in Washington in a complex situation because I'm under threat. I continue to engage in journalism with armed cars and escorts, and I know people want to kill me. And the most important thing is that this the most important physical, tangible thing that we can do for these other women and men who, in any corner of the globe, are facing the exact same thing that I am facing. It's the most important thing that we can do, not only to preserve their memory, but for the history of journalism in the world. Because unfortunately, as we have become figures. Now we're talking about 37 journalists who have been murdered in the Gaza Strip. And they're just numbers. While we're here in this room, they are over there waiting for bombs to fall on top of them. And in Mexico, many of our colleagues are writing because they're waiting to be shot by the drug traffickers. They're going to be hit. And so we have hundreds and hundreds of journalists who have self-censored because the corrupt power of those in the government silences them. And so to have a place where we're always recalling the value and courage that is, the valor of these people is the best thing we could do, not only as a group, but to us as a group, but to the whole world, because those who communicate are the umbilical cord between communities and the reality of the world. And that's something we forget. And today it's important to recall it, because without these journalists, it would be impossible to be able to bring about the transformation that so many communities need. That's why we have to recall and memorialize them, and where their names appear. It's so important that the media, our media outlets, recall that people can be spoken about. We can talk about what happens on the planet thanks to these men and women. And that's where part of the responsibility lies, having these sites of memory and recognition to help to build this history of journalism. And I'd like to wrap up with something that's near and dear to my heart. First, I ran into my friend Luis Botello, who is today our master of ceremonies today on this day of commemoration, because he, 23 years ago, was the first journalist to interview me after I was abducted. He was the first journalist to tell my story. And I was on the verge of going into exile. And in a corner of Central Park in this New York City, I told him, fearful, that I would give up my exile to go back to Colombia, because I would prefer to die down in Colombia and be shot than by being so sad, die of sadness in a room in Berlin, where I ended up with my exile. I think that preservation of the memory is important. And another way to preserve the memory today is that I was honored to receive the World Prize from UNESCO for journalism. Then in 2000, right in 2021, during the pandemic, I received it via Zoom, because it was the midst of the pandemic, via computer screen on Zoom. And after 3 years, we tried again to do in Uruguay a ceremony to hand over but we couldn't do it because it's still coming. But finally, I got my prize. UNESCO today, I did receive it in person. It was handed to me, and not through Zoom or over internet. So, I believe that these ceremonies, these small, grand acts are part of preservation of memory, because just a simple diploma, a certificate, reminds me that I have a huge responsibility towards my men and women journalist colleagues I was fortunate enough to remain alive, and for their sake, for both men and women, I have to continue to engage and do my job. Thank you.
Thank you, Janeth. Thank you so much. We started a little bit late, but I'm hoping we still have time for one or two questions from the audience. Well, then let me turn to you all and ask you in 1 or 2 minutes each, just to reflect on what your co-panelists said up here or what you've heard earlier in the day. And why don't we'll go just right down the line with the microphone being handed one to the other, since we've had some issues.
Thank you very much. I think preserving the memory of killed journalists is a very important step in strengthening all these organizations that committed to preserve the freedom of speech, which is, again, which is one of the most important pillars of our democracy. The previous speakers were here, they said it before, and my co-panelists as well insisted on the fact that journalists are pivotal tools to strengthening democracy, especially in our countries in Africa and in many places where we are still struggling to get the voices of grassroots level organizations and ordinary citizens, and especially to hold accountable those into power. So again, I would like to thank the organizer of this important forum for getting us all here to have our voice and express the different, let's say, needs of our organizations. I think we need to come together, strengthening partnership, coordination in strategizing all, let's say, the mechanism in protecting the journalists so as to give a chance to freedom of expression and democracy all over the world. Thank you.
Being with these panelists has brought back some great memories. I was an editor on the Arizona project back in the day, so and right now the same thing is going on with the after the killing in Nevada of Jeff German, the investigative reporter at the at Las Vegas Review-Journal, who was doing some investigations, and his colleagues have picked up the mantle and are continuing that. And that's such an important important point. And I had the pleasure of meeting our last speaker at the International Women's Media Foundation event, where she received a Courage in Journalism Award from that organization. And so many times we have heard that having that international recognition is something that makes a great deal of difference to those who are in jail or under threat, that international recognition is so important. I guess the one final thought I would leave you with is that when we were talking about building the memorial, we got some pushback from some of our colleagues here in the U.S. who said, look, there's a crisis in local journalism, there's a crisis in investigative journalism. Why are you asking for resources to put into putting, another statue on in Washington? And I think the answer to that is very clear, that we will never be able to bring back readership, we will never be able to connect with the public unless we can establish the hero status of journalists to the larger public. And that's exactly what this memorial will do. Journalists will take their place as heroes alongside the other heroes of our history, and the soldiers who fought and died, and the leaders who carried us through great crises in our history, and other historic events that are marked in Washington. And so I think that's the most important thing. Unless we can reaffirm and establish that hero status for journalists, the success of media enterprises is going to be very fragile. So that's why we need to have all these ways of connecting with the public.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm very moved with what was said just now, and I think that really underlines the importance of people, journalists, telling these stories themselves, and how we need to keep doing that, giving a platform to that. I would say, in addition to commemorating, which is very important, I think also keep talking about how we can improve, how we can engage, how we can talk to the people that can actually change the situation, that can be instrumental in improving the environment for journalists and for people to be informed, is very crucial as well. Thank you.
I would highlight something important that has happened thus far in this day. Firstly, that it still is very courageous that we meet, that we listen to each other, because I live in my reality and tucked away in my reality in Latin America, but my colleagues in Africa are tucked away in their reality, and it's just as difficult, and it's just as complicated. And they bear a lot of weight. And so these kind of spaces where we share and exchange not only our pain, but the courageous and the resilience, that's a beautiful word, resilience, we share that. That recharges our batteries so that we can go back and do our jobs, continue to do our jobs. But I wanted to place an emphasis on something that we must press for at UNESCO and at the UN, is that online violence is becoming one of the worst tools of censorship to us. And for women, even tougher. Online violence exerted against women who are communicators is one of the worst crimes we face today in the world, and it requires our attention, requires us to focus on it. And I want to leave this on the table also as a call and appeal here in this temple, so to speak, of the Organization of American States, of working together to do so, to work together to confront this horrible threat that we're facing. And thank you very much. Thanks each and every one of you for your voices. So me, likewise, your story has been moving, quite moving and shocking, and what I meant to convey at the beginning when I talk is that this should not just remain in such a reduced space such as this one, but the purpose of undertakings like ours is that this goes way beyond here, and so that people can interpret it properly and change and in the digital setting and everything, so that the light is that this deserves is shed on, and that yes, a memorial on the one hand, but all of the discourse that's behind it all. Why are things happening? And why is it important to defend and to be involved in this? Because we're once again defending democracy. And formally, it's very important that people become awareness, and that's very linked to other problems that we have, and to see how we can raise the profile of it all and shed light on it all.
Much. One key message that came across to me in all the presentations was just the importance of visibility, whether it's through symbolic acts, memorials, media representations, investigative journalism, or demonstrating courage to keep a memory alive. We must not let impunity disappear into oblivion. Those who kill journalists do so with the purpose of silencing them in order to protect their interests. Making impunity visible is a strategy of thwarting their objective. Another thing that came over to me was whether we're in the media ourselves or are fighting on behalf of media freedoms, is that we're all in this together, and we have to be able to rely on each other and support one another. Please join me in thanking Janeth, Sile, Victor, Barbara, and Evelyn for sharing with us their organization's approaches in making impunity visible. Thank you to all of you for participating in this session, and I now turn it back over to Luis Spataro.
Everybody, thank you everybody. Now we have a break, 10 minutes. We can come back in 10 minutes. The break is going to be downstairs and have some coffee, water, something to eat. Thank you for the panel. Thank you everybody. I'll see you in a while. Rodrigo, ¿cómo estás?
Bien, bien, hermano.
Bien, bien, ¿cómo has estado? Hi everybody, good afternoon. If everybody can start coming, we're going to start the next section. Yes, together, yeah. I'll call Philip you first and then, together, okay. All right, I'll let, for the next session about lining multi-stakeholders talk, the future of the media and safety of journalists. I'm going to say just before I get into that, quería decir unas palabras en español porque
I did want to address you in Spanish briefly because what has been occurring in Latin America over the last few days in the context of journalism is very worrisome. Mexico, Chile, and numbers of others, there are a number of political crises, including my own birthplace, Panama. The last 2 weeks there have been rife with street protests and, frankly, aggression against civil society, journalists. There's a great deal of discontent and, frankly, fed-up position on the part of the public towards their leaders. And this, of course, underscores the role of journalists, the importance of freedom of expression, and how important civil society is, no less in crucial moments such as this. And it's important that we all understand the critical nature of those roles. In Panama, I say again, the number of protests have been fairly violent. There are more than 500 people who have been arrested, and one journalist who, in fact, now is blind in one eye because of physical aggression. Civil society has expressed its views over the social networks, and that is a very important counterpoint to countries, most especially where countries are rife with corruption. This almost inevitably leads at some point or other to this kind of protest.
The Director of News and Media Division of the United Nations Secretariat. Philip, thank you for coming and for hosting this session.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the introduction, and we're going to get straight onto it with the panel coming on stage. We're not going to go one by one. We're just going to speed up. Wherever you wish. Got a space in the middle. No, that's it. Want to come over? So, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ian Phillips, and I am Director of the News and Media Division at the United Nations Department of Global Communications. It's a great pleasure to moderate this panel today. We owe so much to frontline journalists who risk everything to do their job, especially now at a time of rampant mis- and disinformation. The meaning of the front lines has changed dramatically in recent years. Of course, it refers to war and conflict, but it also applies increasingly to simply reporting the facts during turbulent elections, the COVID-19 pandemic, and exposing corruption and holding officials accountable. Being a journalist can be the best job in the world, and it can also be one of the deadliest. The threats are continually evolving for journalists in the field, in newsrooms, or even working from what they think is the safety of their living room. The threats are multiple, including imprisonment, legal harassment, arbitrary detention, surveillance, and online and offline harassment, especially against women journalists. There's even the risk of identity theft, with bad actors online and in social media impersonating you and spreading lies in your name. During my career in journalism, I witnessed firsthand how my colleagues were increasingly targeted in this never-ending cycle of violence and repression. Some bravely continued, while others decided their time in the field was over. In times of crisis, it was frustrating to see that there was no clear process at a global level to truly deal with the threat. We're going to explore these important themes today and consider what journalism might look like in the future if the world fails to halt the wave of impunity that protects those who attack journalists. Before launching our discussion, I would like to give the floor to a journalist who bravely works to bring verified information to the public in the context of incredibly tough conditions and personal risks. So please welcome Mr. Sui Win to the stage. Mr. Win is the chief correspondent and editor-in-chief of Myanmar Now, an organization now based in Australia. And during his career, he has been the subject of death threats, assault, arrests, legal charges, exile, and other targeted attacks in attempt to silence his work.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for continuing to stay in our session. So, my name is Sui Win. I'm a 45-year-old journalist from the country of Myanmar, which is also called Burma. So, very few people know where our country is. It's located. There is only one country right between India and China. It's called Burma or Myanmar. It's north of Thailand, a country of about 55 million people. In terms of size, it's the biggest country in Southeast Asia and larger than France and Germany combined. So our country had long been an authoritarian state since even before I was born. Since 1948, we gained independence from the British, but we enjoy a relative peace and a limited democracy within the 10 years between 2010 and 2020. But after the military takeover in 2021, our country is now back under the military rule. I grew up as a young man with democratic aspirations, and then I spent about 7 years in prison as a political dissident, as a student activist from 1998 to 2005. And then after I got released from jail, I plunged into journalism, which I found is very useful actually to bring justice for the society. So after the military takeover in 2021, our country has become a country very much like North Korea. We are in the midst of the civil war. We have daily area bombardment with the military using 21st century Russian jet fighters almost every day. Independent media has also been attacked since the coup. The newly installed military regime has moved swiftly to silence media outlets. As a result, our country currently ranks 173rd out of 180 countries in the world for press freedom, according to Reporters for Without Borders. Journalists and media organizations cannot operate freely inside the country, as publication and broadcast licenses have been revoked, and editors and reporters have been arrested and tortured, including a colleague of mine who continued to work as an underground photographer. He was recently arrested during a secret assignment to cover the aftermath of a cyclone. He was arrested and sentenced to 21 years in jail on charges of causing defamation to the military. So the challenge, the situation is very, very tough. You cannot even go out with any kind of camera. There are checkpoints. on many streets, and the military will check your mobile phone. If they see you sharing a Facebook post which might be deemed defamatory to the region, you can get immediately arrested and jailed. So that's the state of our country. And also our country has become one of the, I would say actually, one of the partners of Russia over the past few years. So the situation is very tough. I myself am facing terrorism charges in my home country, and my house was confiscated as well, and all my family members were homeless actually. They were also forced to flee, but it's nothing uncommon. That's not unique at all actually, you know. That's a daily occurrence facing many people, journalists and activists in my country. So after the military takeover, we are forced into exile in the neighboring countries, but the biggest problem has become the financial viability for us actually, because we depended on the readers inside the country, on the local businesses inside the country. But after we were outlawed, all our financial assets were frozen, all our bank accounts were frozen, and also our readers actually can no longer support us because many of them do not have the foreign currency bank accounts, etc. So just to conclude actually, you know, there are so many challenges, but I want to point out one challenge actually, you know. So this is wartime journalism. In the wartime journalism, the journalists have no legal burden. That creates a lot of problem. And also the social media. Social media inherently actually is lawless. So that also creates a lot of problems actually, you know. So, but we are trying to comply with the universal journalism principles actually, you know, whether you work in Israel or Palestine or, you know, in Ukraine, everybody has to pay a price, you know, for any kind of reckless wrongdoing actually, you know. So, yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wynne, for that very personal and poignant testimony, and it sets us up nicely for this discussion. And I would like to, first of all, welcome this great panel to today's proceedings. To my left, and going from my left, we have Dr. Julie Posetti, VP of Research at the International Center for Journalists. We have Stuti Khemani, Senior Economist at the World Bank. And to her left, Jeff Marder, Executive Director, Human Rights and Indigenous Policy at Global Affairs Canada. Laxman Dutt Pant, Chairperson, Media Action Nepal, and Co-Chair of the Media Freedom Coalition Consultative Network. And to my far left, we have Andy Heslop, Executive Director, Press Freedom at the World Association of News Publishers, WANIFRA. So this is a flash talk format, and we'd like to keep this session as interactive as possible. We also invite observations from the audience. I'll ask my panelists to be short and concise. We've probably got about 3 minutes each, so that we can then get to questions, hopefully, from the floor. I'll start with you, Andy, at the far left. We have started off by describing journalism as a really tough job, and it's getting tougher. As we contemplate the future of the media and impunity against journalists, why would anyone get into journalism? And what are you seeing in terms of morale in newsrooms or career longevity?
Well, that was a good start. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. The curse of the final panel before the end of the day were the only things between you guys and a reception event, so we bear that in mind, and we'll keep things moving along at a tickety-spate. So, why would anyone go into journalism right now? I think that's a fundamental question. The threats that we've seen outlined in detail today are really the crux of it, but I think in many respects also the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the realities of what it is to work in today's newsrooms. I think certainly we're an organization that represents 18,000 publications in around 120 countries across the world. And big or small, well-resourced or right down to community level news organizations, they're all struggling at the moment. The pressures to just report the news are as extreme as I think they ever have been, and certainly in my lifetime of doing this job. And it's really and we've touched on it, and previous interventions have touched on it, but I think it's really important to emphasize this psychological aspect of the support that we give to our colleagues who are working in the newsrooms on stories that are intense, that are multidimensional, that are incredibly complex, yet the pressure to get them right has never been so intense. And the justification or the accountability that lies behind all of that is not just daily, but it's by the minute. And that is a level of pressure that I think we haven't quite begun to understand. Certainly one of the many sort of global trends that we've observed, and again, this goes for large organizations, well-resourced, global organizations, right the way down the chain, is obviously the financial repercussions of certainly the last few years, since the pandemic. But as we all know, the dire situation for media began long before that, and we're living through those hard times. Every news organization is struggling financially in some capacity, some more than others, of course, but the knock-on effects for safety are mind-blowing in terms of so many different facets. But one that I would highlight before we move on is this, and it's across the board again, this sort of period of retrenchment where we're seeing so many colleagues, experienced colleagues, those who've gone through elections, given the topic of today's discussions, who've gone through very hard times in the past, who are no longer in those newsrooms, who are no longer leading those newsrooms, who are no longer in positions to influence the culture of safety within the news organizations that they work for. And in many cases are being replaced by new colleagues, which is always good. New blood and new life in newsrooms is essential. But the danger is, given the financial restrictions, given the pressures, given everything that's, convening on new young journalists in newsrooms around the world, is that they lack the experience, they lack the knowledge in many cases, they're not trained, they're being given assignments, often multiple assignments, they're often fulfilling multiple roles within newsrooms because, hey, who knew it, but young people can do everything, so therefore they're literally given everything to do. And that's incredibly dangerous because they don't have the skills that are required to be able to cover the incredibly difficult stories that we're asking them to cover. The management is not there in many respects because of the pressures and being pulled left, right, and center on everything to provide the kind of institutional support that is needed and the duty of care that is required to guide those young colleagues through it. And I think that's a red flag moment for any news organization. Simply the pressures are intense. I'll leave it there.
Thank you so much. No, I think that's really accurate, and from my own experience, really resonates. I think that is, you've summed up very nicely how newsrooms really are struggling, and hopefully will prosper nonetheless. On to you, Julie. You've done some very important work looking at violence against women, and I believe you've launched a new study just today. So please tell us a little about that, and also about big data analysis and how that has aided your work.
Sure. So I think the work that you're alluding to was the original part of that work was commissioned by UNESCO, actually. We published a year ago today, a big study called The Chilling, which was about online violence towards female journalists. And one of the points we made in that book was that impunity for online violence aids and abets impunity for crimes against journalists. And some key statistics that you've probably heard now for the past couple of years, but are worth repeating, when we think about the function of online violence and its potential to escalate into offline harm. So 73% of the women journalists we surveyed for that study said they had experienced online violence in the course of their work. And 20% of the women who responded said that they had experienced offline attacks, abuse, and harassment that they believed had been seeded online. So this propensity for escalation and this trajectory becomes a really important point for consideration with regards to responses and policies and legislative reactions to this crisis. And it is a crisis, and it feeds into what Andy was saying and the point of your question to him, which is that this phenomenon is not just chilling investigative journalism practiced by women, but it is also forcing women out of the profession. And I teach journalism at City University. I'm a professor there as well. And I gave a lecture about this theme just 2 weeks ago, and several of the students came up to me afterwards and said, you know, we're terrified of saying anything in public because of what we've seen happening to women journalists around the world. So this is a really serious issue. The propensity for psychological harm is also massive. So that's just to put it in context. It's really important to monitor effectively to prevent escalation. So how do you monitor violations against, let's say, female journalists online? And I'm talking specifically about female journalists because of their much greater exposure to risk. But as you suggested, we have launched today a brand new report. It's called a Big Data Case Study, looking at online violence against Carmen Aristegui, who is a very prominent journalist in the Americas. She's a Mexican investigative journalist who founded Aristegui Noticias, and she has been targeted for, according to our timeline, about 15 years, but with points of escalation in the abuse that she experiences, which includes death threats, rape threats, threats to her son. When he was a teenager, he was subjected to surveillance. Pegasus spyware was involved. She has even been assassinated online. And by that I mean she was the subject of orchestrated disinformation campaigns, highly gendered ones, one of which involved a mock report of her assassination. So disinformation being used as a tactic against particularly female journalists, but that case is extremely disturbing. We also see in Carmen's case the weaponization of impunity cases against journalists. So she is threatened with reference to journalists who have been murdered in Mexico. Mexico is, as many of you will of course be aware, the deadliest place in the world to practice journalism outside of a war zone, and has been for many years. And not only that, there's a 98% impunity rate. So you factor that in alongside the extraordinary rate of femicides in the country, and you have an incredibly toxic situation. And online violence has not necessarily been seen as a primary threat because the physical violence is so overwhelming in that country. But we've been able to establish through an analysis of these 2 million plus tweets in Carmen Aristegui's case, that this situation is one of obvious escalation, and there are warning signs that need to be reacted to. Now, one of our recommendations in the UNESCO study, the chilling, one of the recommendations we made was that there needs to be a response to this crisis that sees collaboration between intergovernmental organizations, civil society, the UN special mechanisms, news organizations, for example, to develop what we called an online violence early warning system, so that this concept of preventing and protecting and then prosecuting crimes against journalists could include the function of monitoring in a way that if we can access the data, we can see where these points of escalation are, and we can hopefully intervene. And so the study on Carmen that we've published today is one of about 8 that we are producing for a project that the UK Foreign Office has invested in to try to see if we can in fact develop this online violence early warning system. And through that work, we have published 15 indicators for online violence escalation, along with monitoring guidance, which also sees us mapping online violations against female journalists to the various international codes, including the criminal codes that can be applied. So it's a very practical way to address the problem, and that's this book, which you can see on stage, and which I have here, and there have been copies floating around, published by the OSCE just a couple of weeks ago, which pulls together a lot of this research, but tries to provide a practical framework to respond to that research.
Thank you for that important work, Julie. And I would add that I've had female journalists in recent years say, I don't want a byline. And that's such a sad moment when they say, I don't want to be associated with my work because of the risk of people coming after me. So,
making us invisible,
yeah.
which is the aim.
Exactly. I'd like to turn to Jeffrey. Canada has been at the forefront of some very interesting and pioneering work, in my opinion, towards journalist safety, particularly in the area of online harassment. Tell us a little about that and your work in this field.
Hello?
Yeah, perfect.
I just want to start by saying it is a pleasure to be able to continue the collaboration between Canada and UNESCO on media freedom issues, and it's also personally a great pleasure to be back again at the Organization of American States. I think this event and the words of pretty much all the participants today have spoken to the importance of collective action. And what I would like to take this opportunity to speak a little bit about an initiative, a collective initiative that is still relatively young but maturing quickly, namely the Media Freedom Coalition, which was referred to this morning by the Dutch ambassador, the Dutch being one of the current co-chairs of the coalition. Now, the coalition was established almost 5 years ago, and it was established as a multi-stakeholder coalition. It comprises member states, and we have 50 member states at the moment, so it's grown quite impressively. All member states have to take a pledge and commit themselves to working together to improve media freedom, both in their own countries, but also collaborating internationally. We also have a civil society consultative network. A number of the civil society organizations that are participating today and tomorrow are members of the consultative network, and Laxman, who is one of the current co-chairs of the consultative network, will speak more to its work. But a couple things that they do is they make recommendations to the member states of the Media Freedom Coalition on cases of concern, places where we should take action, and in short, they really keep us on our toes and keep our feet to the fire to ensure accountability by member states on media freedom. Another key element or partner in the Media Freedom Coalition is a high-level panel of legal experts. It does a number of things. It is prepared to help states. One of the things that was referred to, and I see the Special Rapporteur, she referred this morning to the importance of political will. The high-level panel of legal experts is prepared to support states that have the political will for really anything that can help support media freedom in their countries, revising or creating a better legal framework for journalism in their countries. Another thing that the high-level panel does is they've done a number of thematic reports, and one of them speaks directly to the theme of this event. They have made a thematic report and a recommendation to create an international investigative body for crimes against journalists. And the Dutch, again, who are key partners in all of this, have taken it upon themselves to do a feasibility study on looking at how to implement this recommendation. Finally, UNESCO is also a key partner, and I would say principally in their management of the Global Media Defense Fund, which to date, I think they're up to supporting more than 120 projects, mostly of grassroots media organizations in every region of the globe. I said we're a young organization, so not quite 5, but we are maturing quickly. We have a secretariat that was operationalized just about a year ago, which allows the co-chairs and the executive group and the broader membership to focus on the strategic direction of the Media Freedom Coalition. Some of the things that we do is we issue statements, thematic statements. We issued a statement today. We also issue country-specific and case-specific statements. We focus on cases of concern, principally ones brought to us by the consultative network. And in the past year and a half, we put greater emphasis on energizing our diplomatic networks. As 50 member states, we have diplomatic missions around the globe, and this has allowed us to focus efforts and sort of tailor efforts to the specific cases and media freedom needs in countries around the world. Much of this work is quiet diplomacy, but I think it offers great opportunities for the future, in particular to focus on instances of impunity. And I think I'll stop there.
Thank you so much. Laxman, I'd like to turn to you. You also work with the Media Freedom Coalition. Could you tell us a little more about collaboration between states? I mean, we tend to talk about individual cases in individual countries, but what sort of consensus and coalition is perhaps growing out there, and maybe you want to focus on Asia or anywhere else in the world?
Well, thank you. More has been told by Jeff on the work of Media Freedom Coalition, but I would like to bring into your attention how the issue of press freedom globally has been changed ever since we noticed COVID-19 and ahead of many elections that we have been discussing this morning as well in the previous panel, how authorities in particular have been show reluctance to the issues of safety of journalists, mainly addressing the issue of disinformation. The idea of disinformation has now been taken as the pretext to attack upon the integrity of free and independent press. So when we talk about preventing disinformation, we should not forget that there are chances for authorities to misuse the idea of disinformation, mainly bringing anti-disinformation laws, which we have seen in some part of the world, for example, in some countries in the Southeast Asia. This is very crucial, and the immediate impact of disinformation being used as a tool to use against critical voice is to the lives of, mainly it has relations to the gender representation. There is large amount of gender disinformation being circulated both online and offline, and mainly by the power centers. So we need to look into these developing narratives in the post-COVID-19 context, but also in the context of the global incidents taking place, for example, natural disasters, and also elections around. Impunity for crimes against journalists should end for two reasons: to promote safety of journalists and to hold account the perpetrators, I would like to say. The perpetrators, mostly the state members, the United Nations, or of the state members within the present media freedom coalitions, and any other regional instruments. They should look into their responsibility of protecting journalists from any sort of crimes, mainly by operationalizing effective action-taking mechanisms. It was a great moment for all of us to mark the commemoration day to day, and also look back how it all started. It imagined of establishing mechanisms in the countries, the mechanisms that have been established in some of the countries, for example, in Nepal as well. I'm fortunate to have been looking after this project while working with the UNESCO in Kathmandu. These mechanisms are not actually working to address the issue of impunity, because very less actions have been taken. Also, MFC is doing quite well in terms of bringing the issue of media freedom to the public attention through issuance of the statements mainly, but also coordinating efforts among countries. But I think some visible actions should be seen at this moment. That means actions should be taken against the perpetrators, and that could be taken in a joint initiative by member states within MFC, or by the regional institutions, for example, the EU, or for example, we're sitting here at the office of the organization of the American states. So I think a collaborative effort is very important, but at the same time, authorities are engaged in coming up with the sort of laws that are very much detrimental to upholding press freedom. So there are some initiatives taken place. Having said that, for example, within MFC, diplomatic network established in some of the countries at this moment. They are trying their level best to collaborate with the local actors. But the reference and the landscape that the countries should look into is, again, we need to check it this, whether this is well suited with the local context or not. So a more collaborative approach is needed to engage local actors, for example, CSOs. And we have seen some part of the world, many part of the world, and that sounds very well in terms of the South and Southeast Asia, including Nepal, that many journalists have lost their jobs during the COVID, showing the issue of sustainability. And those having been fired include the so-called mainstream media outlets, the corporate media outlets. And I think we should also look into this issue in a more sustainable way to ensure that the professional safety of journalists around.
Thank you so much, Laxman. Now for a different perspective, we turn to Stuti Kamani of the World Bank. She has done some interesting research on transparency and citizen engagement in the context of sustainable development. And we're curious to see your insights, your views of how journalists and an independent media might enhance that work.
Thank you. I'm delighted and honored to be part of this group, this panel, and to be in your company today. As you can guess, I'm a highly unusual participant, so let me just quickly tell you a little bit about where I'm coming from. I am an economist in a research division in the bank, which is unique in multilateral organizations to have an in-house research division, which is like an academic economics department, where most of our work and mandate focuses on doing rigorous, credibly independent research for academic journal publications, and then provide policy advice to the operations side of the World Bank, and indeed policy dialogue and debate and engagement with practitioners, policymakers, civil society across the world. So in some sense, I feel a kinship with the group of media people that are here. So I was asked to lead a report a few years ago to take stock of what we know from economics research on the role of citizen engagement and transparency. And the outcome of that was this report, this book, which is called Making Politics Work for Development. And as you might imagine, it was a highly politically sensitive area for the World Bank, and it didn't receive a press release. So I'm sort of chuckling inside with pleasure that I'm finally able to share it with groups in the media. Now, let me share with you the broad story of why would an organization like the World Bank be interested in the role of media in development, apart from the intrinsic value that we've seen and heard from the remarkable testimonies and the words of my fellow panelists here. There is a way to think about the role of media from the instrumental perspective of economic development. And there is an economic case to be made in the, if I might phrase it thus, in the enlightened self-interest of the perpetrators who commit crimes against journalists. And the argument in this book and in the economics literature would run as follows. Economic development inescapably depends upon public policies devised by states and governments as representatives of states. The quality of these public policies, whether they are sound public policies that contribute to the general well-being of society and economic development, that depends upon political institutions. And political institutions in turn, their incentives, their culture, their various sources of motivation of behavior is fundamentally shaped by media, and in turn shapes media, which is the reason for this conference today. So let me share with you some examples of what we found when we did this stock-taking of economics research. First, let me give you the example of Peru, when in the 1990s, there was an authoritarian regime with an internal police mechanism of surveilling citizens and controlling people. And fascinatingly, the chief of that internal police, this might be common knowledge here, but for us economists it was a real revelation, kept detailed account of bribes paid to various institutions of checks and balances in the country. And two economists got hold of that bribery data, analyzed it, and found two things. One, that the monthly bribe price to journalists was orders of magnitude greater than the monthly bribe price to judges, showing the importance of media for political incentives. And finally, when that regime collapsed, it was in fact one television station that was credited with bringing down the collapse of that regime. Now, a second example comes from when does an authoritarian system begin to acknowledge the value of a free media? And this example comes from, a theoretical economic unpacking of the example of glasnost in the erstwhile USSR, where the argument that these economists make is that the regime was unable to deliver public services at the grassroots, down to the level of far-flung local and provincial governments, and began to pursue in phases transparency and media empowerment, because media was a helpful source for the national regime to hold local authorities accountable for public service delivery. And this is a very interesting interpretation by these economists because subsequently in the next few decades, what we've seen and we document in this book is that across countries with very different national political systems, all the way from very controlled authoritarian states to very messy democracies, one thing is shared in common, which is growing political participation at the local government level and willingness of national regimes across this political spectrum to devolve resources and service delivery responsibilities down to the level of locally elected governments. And we have evidence from research. Brazil is one country in which the body of evidence has really grown, that local elections along with local media, together these two forces contribute to lower corruption and stronger political incentives for service delivery. And I just remembered that this is not just a case of the global south. In fact, there is a paper that we cover in this report from the United States, which finds that states in the history of the United States, corruption began to come down faster in those states where the state capital was located closer to a bigger city rather than out in the boonies in a little, and the mechanism for that was through media. So the more the state capital was located in an urban center, the more media had access to the functioning of governments and was able to report on it. And finally, let me end with just one other way of thinking about the role of media, which doesn't necessarily go through holding accountable those in power, but is really about all of us as society. Because sadly, some of the violence against journalists may be perpetrated by fellow citizens who do not hold positions of official power, but have hateful ideologies. And the media can also play a role in shaping how society thinks about where it wants to go for the common public interest. And one small piece of evidence in this regard that my colleague Phil Kiefer, who's at the IDB, and I did in Benin, which is typical of an African country with having vibrant community radio networks on which public interest programming is broadcast, we found that in villages where people had greater access to community radio, people were more likely to demand health and education services from elected political leaders rather than vote buying or violence or ethnicity. And so that is just one piece of a very open agenda in economics research to understand the role of media in shaping how society expects certain types of public policies or actions from their leaders. So again, I'm delighted to share this with you. Please do find this report and take a look at it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Hang on, this one works. We know this one works.
Okay, microphones are struggling. So we now want to turn it to the audience. I'm mindful of time. The clock actually went red and now it's disappeared, so we're probably running really over time. But we'd like a question or an observation from the audience. There's a rumor going around that drinks will not be served unless somebody asks a question or makes an observation. Just throwing that out there. Thank you. Everybody says thank you.
Thank you. Julie, you made reference to the psychological impact, and Andrew, you spoke about, the reasons why you shouldn't enter the newsroom. But I wanted to know, are you doing more work around mental health, and is that being amplified in the research that you're undertaking? And another question that I have to the other panelists, thank you for the work that you're doing at the World Bank. In terms of the research capacity. Unfortunately, the World Bank has really scaled down its work around access to information and the capacity that it used to have in that sphere. And this is critically important, and I hope that that will be resuscitated because it's very, very important making the link with that and accountability. So that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thanks. Do you want me to start? Okay. Thanks, Zoe. So with regard to the mental health impacts of online violence, this is the #1 issue that the over 700 women we surveyed and many of the 180 we interviewed for that big piece of research for Chilling highlighted. It was the #1 concern. And it is important to highlight that this is not an issue that is really only experienced by people in countries that we already have significant concerns about in terms of an absence of press freedom or extreme rates of violent crimes against journalists. This is a global phenomenon, so it really does stretch from New York to Nairobi. And so one of the things that becomes important in reference to that research is to not just collect the data to help understand where escalation can occur to murder with impunity, which of course is, vitally important. But one of the indicators that we have identified in that book that the OSCE published is that pylons, so when you have a massive outpouring of hate or abuse or harassment targeting a journalist, this can cause serious psychological harm, including PTSD, which should be recognised as a form of offline harm. And I think we need to start focusing on policies in connection with that. The other thing that I want to highlight, and I'm glad you've given me the chance to do this, and we haven't mentioned this yet, is the function of political actors, including presidents and ministers in governments, in triggering online violence against female journalists. And we have been able to map that in the case of Carmen Aristegui. So we see evidence that when the current president singles her out, as he routinely does, for reasons associated with what your research has indicated, because the reason they want to bribe journalists in other countries to stop their journalism is the same reason that they target journalists online or they kill them with impunity. So when she's called out and critiqued for her high impact investigative journalism and that of her colleagues, along comes the troll army, and again we see evidence of orchestration. And in one case we saw an online violence spike in our data that lasted for a week after he did that. So we really need to emphasize that this is not just about the need for civil society to protect and the need for, what we haven't mentioned again, the platforms to take a responsible role as an institution, but also for states, and in particular for individual political leaders to commit to avoiding this kind of inflammatory behaviour, which really does pose a significant risk. So I'll leave it there. And Andy, do you need a microphone?
Let's do a quick 30 seconds and then we'll move on.
Hello. Oh, excellent. Yeah, 30 seconds. In short answer, Zoe, yes, we do a lot more work, primarily on two levels. It became very fashionable or very sort of necessary, I guess, during COVID and post-COVID to provide a lot of mental health and wellness for overworked newsrooms and staff who'd really been through the ringer covering the pandemic, and that has continued beyond the lifespan of the pandemic with our newsroom partners. We work with about 300 newsrooms in about 25 to 30 countries at the moment, specifically on this. But then there's sort of, I think, another level when it comes to more deeper seated, more longer term approaches to psychological support to newsroom staff, and particularly the way that we approach it is we work to empower newsrooms to identify before things become an issue, to debrief after an assignment, to really sort of take on board the duty of care element of the job, which is so hard given the pressures to maintain, but to sort of really prioritize that front and center for the benefits of their newsrooms. There's a lot more. You're all looking thirsty, so I'm going to can it.
Thank you, Andy. So we'll now wrap up with two guests who are going to make some brief remarks. The microphone gone? Is this their way of telling us we've got to wrap up? Okay. I'd first like to welcome to the stage Neville Gertz, a permanent representative of Namibia to the UN.
Thank you.
So Namibia is the country where the Windhoek Declaration and the Windhoek Plus 30 Declaration on Information as a Public Good originated, two key documents for the multilateral commitment to press freedom and freedom of expression. Ambassador, the Windhoek Plus 30 Declaration has been endorsed with unanimity by all of UNESCO's member states. How do you think it can contribute to the UN Summit for the Future next year?
Thank you very much. As you may see, I'm not Neville, but I'm his deputy. My name is Helena, and thank you for having me this afternoon. I think the Windhoek Plus 30 Declaration on Information as a Public Good makes very specific recommendations for governments, intergovernmental organizations, technology companies, the media, civil society, and academia to uphold media freedoms. Amongst others, it calls for governments to make commitments that create an enabling environment for freedom of expression and access to information, and also the transparency and accountability of internet companies to eliminate threats to freedom of expression. I think the Summit of the Future gives us an opportunity to not only strengthen collaboration and partnership, but to strengthen effective multilateralism. The specific track that deals with the integrity of public information on digital platforms, I think, is an important avenue through which the summit creates an opportunity to really bring into focus not only promoting effective multilateralism and global governance, but also supporting active citizenship. For Namibia, the press freedom is revered. It's enshrined in our constitution as a fundamental freedom. And we consider what was done through the Windhoek Declaration as a gift to the world. Namibia has sustained its position as the freest press in Africa. It has also made sure that no journalist has lost their life in the time that they have served over the last 33 years. No journalist has lost their lives, or media practitioner has been tortured or imprisoned or threatened in Namibia for doing their job. And this is in contrast to the 1,600 journalists who've lost their lives worldwide. And I think as on the multilateral platform, we have a responsibility to make sure that we push forward with UNESCO's decision to fast-track the implementation of the key recommendations of the 10th anniversary on the consultation process of the UN Plan of Action on Safety of Journalists and the issue of impunity. I think we also need to make sure that our focus is not only on, that our focus is on responding effectively to the findings of the UN report, the monitoring report, which indicates that sadly no country is on course to achieve the SDGs by 2030. And I think just generally, from an African perspective, Namibia reaffirms its commitment to press freedom as guaranteed in our constitution, the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, as well as the Plan of Action on Safety of Journalists and the issue of impunity. I've summarized it a little bit because I'm mindful of the fact that we don't have as much time as we may originally have had.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
And finally, it's my great honor to invite to the stage. It's my honor to maybe invite to the stage Nicole Cardoch-Ramos, Undersecretary at the General Secretariat of the Government of Chile, the 2024 host of the World Press Freedom Day, and she'll explain to us how preparations are going and what to expect.
Good afternoon to you all. I'm going to make my presentation in Spanish. Agradezco la invitación.
I want to begin by expressing my appreciation to the government of Chile and to UNESCO for placing me in a situation in which I can be with you at this very special moment to share what my contributions have been to free press and to the causes that we have espoused here, particularly when this year marks the 50th anniversary, as you will recall, of Salvador Allende's assassination and the coup that followed. That to every Chilean stands for courage, the courage to uphold free press principles, and indeed how costly fighting for those causes can sometimes be, not least when you're facing a military regime. This, I believe, will also allow us at this point to be all the more expectant as to what we're going to do in the coming year to lift high the cause of freedom of the press. And we want to really highlight Chile's service to the global exercise of the free press. Between the 2nd and the 4th, 2, 3, 4 May of next year, UNESCO, together with the government of Chile, will host the 31st version of the National Day for Free Press at that date. This will underscore how far we've come. In 1994, just a few years after we again recovered democracy in my country, the Declaration of Santiago was signed on the importance of means of communication to free press and democracy in Latin America and the Caribbean. That in turn kicked off an important international work as well as national on those very points. It also underscored the strides that have been made with regard to the independence and pluralism of a number of different sources of journalism in Latin America and the Caribbean. And so that meeting in Santiago will be devoted to the importance of the free press and freedom of expression to the whole world, not just to us in this latitude. not least at a time when we're all struggling with the increasingly obvious inroads of climate issues and what it means to our future, because we are standing here for a future that will hold a promise for all of us. What the environmental crisis, in fact, underscores has been hinted at during the day and more bluntly on this panel. We journalists who focus on ecological problems and other terrific issues of global magnitude are very much up against a great deal of opposition. Physical violence, surveillance, the pernicious use of the state with a capital S, not to mention private detectives and other sources of curbing and stopping our expression, is frankly a cause for great concern. A number of the press have been slaughtered outside of areas of conflict over these last years, who were, in point of fact, working on not only political crimes, but great inroads against the environment. So what does this spell for the security of the press? And let us state bluntly that whether it's through digital violence or biological in-your-face violence, women in the press are not in the least of the dangerous positions. Men, too, of course, on and offline. But as you can imagine, we female journalists, and we've heard it several times in the course of the afternoon, are so often the victim of all kinds of aggression and harassment, sometimes physical, indeed sexual aggression, because when one threatens a member of the press, male or female, what is happening is, in fact, the threat to society at large. And that can certainly curb some people's courage, not others, but that attempt to erode the importance and the clout of democracy has got to fail, and very often does. It is important, nonetheless, to call it and spot it for what it is. And so a global look with the necessary local components have also to be borne in mind when one seeks to take something very complex and break it down into bites and morsels of information that people have a chance to understand, that will allow us to connect the global issues with a capital I to those that are just before us in our own homes. We strongly believe that Latin America stands for a great number of very, very serious crises. Look at the indigenous peoples and sustainable actions that must be taken to stop the onslaught of multinational corporations that seek to really rape our countries for all they can. We must always consider the economic prowess and future of all of us, including those in the global south. But we also have, in meetings such as this, a tremendous amount of chance to hear each other, and certainly to software, digital news. All of these, as we know, alas, are totally lacking in any filter by any human. And that is why, no surprise, there are all kinds of false news that has been propagated where artificial intelligence reigns supreme. And who can stop it? It spreads like wildfire, not to say the speed of light. But artificial intelligence, let's not forget, also offers the promise of unique options and possibilities that many of us could never even dream of. And so with that new tool and such like it, we can and should put our heads together to identify again in the environment what action we can take to make a difference, to detect what extreme situations may look like, and to spot natural disasters. We in Chile have been facing a great number of crises over the last years and a lot of social upheaval. What we don't know quite yet is how to come up with more and better tools that will allow us communicators, newspaper people, and others to do our job without, frankly, being mugged or killed. We have not, in the government of Chile, done as much as we want to do, and we're working with UNESCO precisely so that we can reach more relevant results and hopefully end up drafting a really valuable draft law on the rights of journalists. As I speak, that is a bill that is being discussed at our National Congress in Santiago. And people have been asked to contribute who are legal experts and who are very active in the communications area that will move to protect freedom of expression and the public good. That is how we want to understand that people in communications should also be looked at as human rights defenders, therefore defenders of democracy itself. This project, this bill, which is new in our country, totally unthought of up to now, might yet be a benchmark for the rest of Latin America. We want to be a pioneer in terms of protecting the communications professionals, newspaper people, and others in the field. The day before the World Day for Freedom of the Press, we will lift this high in my country and hope that it will serve as a reference point not only to all of the countries in my region, but throughout the world. So let me end as I began. It has been a great joy and an honor to be here and to listen to what all of you had to say about what we're doing and what avenues we share individually and governmentally in the area of our public effort to secure and guarantee freedom of speech, and certainly also to safeguard the common weal and the common faith that we share and what we can do to help our countries move forward and defend their most sacred principles. Thank you.
So in the interest of time, you'll be relieved to know I will not do a recap of what we've all said, but I want to say a big thank you to the panel for their really interesting and varied insights. A thank you to the audience for sticking with us until the end, and a thank you to the guest speakers. The most important thing is there is now a reception, a closing ceremony at the Art Museum of the Americas. So hopefully we'll see you there. Thank you.
So we're supposed to move on. We're 45 minutes late, exactly.
One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sí. Antes de que se vaya, before you guys go, the Art Museum of the America is outside, so get your code. And it's on right here on my